We're attacking the Ducati 996 valve clearances again tonight. I, however, have found a nifty little trick that I got from another YouTuber. I'll leave his name in the description. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head right now, but instead of doing the trick of pushing down on the the closing rocker with a socket or a flathead, you use an Allen key. When you use an Allen key, you're able to just rock or compress the opener shim. You're able to compress the opener shim, or the opener rocker, or sorry, yeah, the opener, but that gives you a clearance between this valve, because it's pushing the closing rocker against this lobe, the closing lobe, so it's giving you a clearance for the closing shim, which is actually ingenious. I'll mention his name later on when I figure it out or remember it, but it was a pretty wild trick that I was just looking and looking and I couldn't find any other way. People were like, oh, I'll just do it with a screwdriver, oh, I'll just do it with a socket. I did not like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back over all the closers and make sure they're right. We're going to start on the horizontal intake. I'm going to remeasure the loaded clearances on those. I know the unloaded clearances are good because those don't require any special technique. But I am going to redo the loaded clearances on that one. So I'm going to attack that real quick and note those down. I am going to be refilming a few things. So if you see the camera pop up out of nowhere, that's why, because this is a new trick and I didn't do this the first time around. This is actually really ingenious. I'm very excited about finding this out. Big shout out to that guy. I forgot his channel name, but once I remember it, I'll let you guys know. Come on. All right, camera's there. Let's make you a little bit brighter. I guess not. All right, so let's do 20. Start with 28. So what you do is take an Allen key. Stick it right on top of the opener rocker. And you just do it like that. And just with a little bit of a pressure. That's not the greatest view of blocking the light. Let me grab a light. Let's see if I can get this. There we go. Maybe I can do it like that. This LED kind of flickers. Come on. Come on, you light. Stick. Stick somewhere. We'll do it here in a bit. Anyways, you stick this Allen key in on a lobe, and you just rock it like so. And that's what gives you the measurement. So, let's see if I can do this around the camera. Maybe not. I'll probably have to move the camera. Excuse me, camera. You're going to have to move. There we go. Let's see if I can do this here. There we go. All right, where did that? There's 25, 28. Let's try that. Let's try 28. So, Allen in on top of the opening rocker, and you just put a little bit of pressure and that opens it enough just for you to get a measurement. So 28, nope. And the other thing is to make sure the the opener lobes are pointed out into the top side. That way the closing lobes are against the closing rocker, where they should be. So 28 is a little bit too snug. Let's try 25. Try 25. So again, put in that Allen key. Torque it just a tiny bit, just until you feel it hit that outside rocker. And that one, yep, just enough. There we go. Yep. Now I would say that's 25. 0.25 for that one. Now, I noticed this opener rocker definitely has been flaking chrome, and it looks like it's down to the base metal. I actually didn't notice that one the first time I did the clearances. Again, I was a little bit in a rush, but this clearance is quite large. I think even when I do it with a 0.35, it still wants to go through. So again, that rocker, just put a little bit of torque on it. Yeah. 35 is pretty tight. I think it's more like a 30. 0.35, probably like a 0.33, I bet. 0.35 is probably her. 0.33, wherever you are. There you are. 0.33 is probably the one, but I know that's quite a bit bigger gap. But I think that's due to the, yeah, that's a 0.33, but that's also, that rocker's damaged. But yeah, I'm gonna go through and we're gonna walk through each one to redo the closing measurements. All right, that camera's done. All right. So that was 0.33 on that horizontal intake left. So 0.33. Let me scribble it out. 0.33 and rocker damage. Rocker damage. Okay, the unloaded was fine. So what does that make that? So let's see. What is that? 15, 2, 13, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is 5, 1, 0.15. 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Yeah, so it's 0.15, 0.15. So clearance is 0.15. So I'll talk to the owner, see if he wants to replace that rocker or just re-shim it. I haven't seen catastrophic failure from a worn rocker. I know it gets stuff kind of worn off and into galleys, but when I actually changed this oil, there was no flaking on any of the screens. So this flaking and whatever must have been a while ago. But yeah, and that one was correct at 25 to 10, so that one's off. But all right, let's do the fun one, which is the horizontal exhaust, which is below. That was a little bit more interesting to do. I have to move you guys down there. And we'll just get the new light set up. I went to Harbor Freight, just got a little pin light. It's not really a pin, it's more of a, I don't know what you would call it. It's definitely a larger light. Let's see if I can get you guys down like this. Let's see. Ta-da. Let's see. Come on, turn. There we go. YouTube doesn't like you guys being on the ground. It's like shredding me up. Alright, let's see. There we go. That's alright, so we're in here. I'm trying to do this while this thing is attached to a tripod. Yeah, let's see. Ta-da! Nice. You guys can see it too. Alright, so we're gonna also put a little light. See if I can get that light to sit pretty good. Sweet. So, let's measure some gaps. What did I get last time? Did I get the openings on that one? Yeah, we got 18, whatever, but we'll double check them again. Now that I have the sweet setup with the light, and you guys can see and everything. Let's see here. Alright, I left a little towel in there so just to absorb any drippings. Got that nice premium AMSoil drip. Set you right there. Alright, can you guys see that? Yeah, you actually, shit. Y'all's angle is actually way better than my angle. Shit, I'm jealous. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. So we had, let's try, so 18. So let's try point, let's try 0.25, just see what we get with that. We're gonna do the left, right side. So this is the trick. Take an Allen key, preferably a skinnier one. You put it on top of the opening rocker, and you put it on the cam, not one of the cam lobes, but on the actual cam itself. Kind of get it into position, and then you just, once it grips, get it. Oh yeah, I gotta position this lobe in the correct up and out. There we go. That goes like that. Oh, I think I need to get a different Allen. This one's not gripping it too well. Let me grab it. Try this one. This one's a little bit longer. This should be enough to have it grab. Let's see here. All right. Let's see. So we get it up under there. Let's get the cam lobe in the correct spot. Cam lobe needs to be the opener lobe is pointing up. I mean, obviously just to the top of the head and then out. And wiggle this guy in there. So it should give me, oh man, this one's a little bit different. It's a little easier on the other one. Come on. Talking about how exciting this was to figure this out, and this one won't do it. This side will do it, see? There we go. Just like that. That little bit of movement is your opening gap. So we'll do the left side first. Try with 25, or I think it was, we'll try with 25, see what happens. It's just get a starting point. All right, and remember when you do it this way, you're actually measuring between the opening lobe and the rocker, not the shim and the opening rocker. So again, just put it, and there's a smooth side of the rocker, and then there's a rough side that hasn't been machined. And I'm putting this Allen on the rough side and actually leveraging it against the cam. And just that tiny bit of movement, ooh, that feels pretty good. A little bit grippy. Let me adjust, try that again. Just push it in there. Let's see. A little bit of finesse, but 25 is a little small. It's gonna be a little bigger than that one. So that's 0.25. Need maybe a 0.28 maybe. Try 0.28. And now with the light in here, I can see this opening rocker isn't damaged. All right, so that's good. All right, let's try 0.28. Get the cam lobes in the right spot. Come on. Feels a little bit grippy. it's gonna be at 0.28. So 0.25, there was no resistance, so I'm gonna call the left opener a 0.28. Left opener, 0.28, remember that. Alright, let's just go ahead and write it down. Left opener is 0.28, and when we subtract that, recommended opener is, okay, that's closer clearance is actually 0.10. Alright, so just need to replace the opener on that one. Because the closer is inspected, that's good. Let's check the other side. I might need to move you guys over. I don't know, it's kind of an awkward angle. For you guys watching, you guys ever work on these Ducatis? Is there any tips you can give? It's actually my first non-inline 4 motorcycle I've been working on, so this is a new bike altogether for me. But it's been fun. Oh man, this is a fucking angle. Oof. This one's kind of tight. Let's see if I can get it in there. No, it doesn't want to take 0.28. Let's try 0.25. 0.25, where'd you go? 0.25, let's try 0.25. All right. I might need the smaller Allen, I'm not sure. This one seems a little bit snug, but getting it to move. Oh, there we go. That feels good, actually. Just a little bit of drag. I'm gonna call that a 0.25. And god damn, that's so much easier than trying to get like a socket in there and push, because you're supposed to be pushing with the Ducati tool right here or right here, and these things are rounded off and not easy at all to try and push on, especially if there's a tire in the way and your hands are tired or covered in oil. It's just a pain in the ass, and you don't, when I did it the first time around, I did not feel confident at all in the measurements because I didn't know if I was pushing hard enough. I couldn't really tell if it was bottoming out. So this method, Allen key, I'm going to post as much as I can about this because the guy that showed me this, his channel is very small, and his video that he shows us is, I think, 10 years old, and it's of lower quality, but he even said the way he found it, he found another guy's video from a long time ago with really low quality. So I'm like, all right, that's it. I'm going to try and get this out there as much as possible, that this Allen key trick is the way to go. Like, holy shit, it's a game changer. But yeah, so it looks like the, what's that, the right side opener is a 0.25. 0.25. And would you look at that? Let's see. 0.25. So recommended opener is 15. That closer clearance is 10. Perfect. So that one is good. The unloaded clearance on this one needs to be adjusted. Let me check that left side again, make sure it's a 0.18 and not a 0.15. I think it's a 0.1. I'm pretty sure it's a 0.18, but we'll double check. That's the whole point of these feeler gauges, is you gotta make sure, double, triple check. All right, let's do 1.5 and 1.8 again. So let's see here. It was the left side, yeah. So let's see here. Oh wait, wrong side. There we go. Okay, a little bit of drag. That's good. That's 0.15. That's 0.18 do? 0.18. 0.18. Huh. I don't know. I had that set at 0.18. That is, maybe it was this side. Neither side. I don't know how I got 0.18 on that. Okay. Okay. It's kind of hard to get in there at first, but it's not really smooth drag. It says 0.18 on this side. Let's see. Yeah. This one definitely doesn't like it. This one is okay with it. I think either the tip of this feeler gauge is a little jacked up, or maybe there's a little burr on this one. Ah, it's snug. I don't think it's 0.18. Let's see. Thumb position, make sure that's got a little, bring that up. Yeah, no, there's no way. I don't think that's 0.18. I'm pretty sure it's 0.15 also. Yeah, no, that's gotta be a 0.15. 0.15 or 7 thousandths for y'all who know it by SAE or standard or whatever it is. 0.15, where are you? There you are. Double check. But it's more like a 0.16 or 7 because 1.5 is really easy. Let's see here. I don't know. Feels good here. Definitely, that is a definite. It's just a little bit loose on here, but it's not too bad. I'm gonna call that one a 0.15 because with it all the way open, it has a little bit of drag. Yeah, I'm gonna call them both 0.15s. Left. 0.15. Actually, left. Is it a 0.15? Because did I pick that one? 0.15. 5, so that 15. That's 3. Yeah, so that makes that 0.3. 0.13. Okay, so closer, need to grind that one down. That was good. Alright, so we did this one and this one we know for sure, but we're gonna go back over the horizontal, not horizontal, the vertical ones again, because utilizing that Allen key trick, we're gonna do that one again. So I know what that one is. Alright, let's go get you guys set up over here. Hope everybody's night's going well. I think tonight's gonna be a late one for me. So I really wanna get this done because I have a tool that I need to try out and get a review out for if you guys need to balance carburetors or balance throttle bodies. I've been looking at Motion Pro's car balancing toolkit or car balancing tool, but I was like, is there a digital thing? And that's where this guy came in. It's called the DigiSync, and it's a digital carburetor balancer, but also throttle body balancer. And it's really just a plug-and-play system. It sets up itself, and it's really user-friendly. So if you are in the market for stuff, check these out. I'm trying to get this done so I can try this out and see how it is and do a whole review on it. But if you guys also watch bike rebuild content, go check out the Bearded Mechanic. He swears by these things, and he has them on the store and stuff. He uses them all the time because he's always rebuilding old car bikes, and he has to have one of these. But for me, I've always wanted to get something, but I've never really had the need. Well, this particular bike has been intake backfiring, and having a unbalanced throttle body is one of the symptoms. So I was like, oh, I need a balancer. Lo and behold, guy who owns this company is super cool, and he's waiting on me to get him some footage and pictures and all kinds of stuff for him. So I going to try and burn the midnight oil to try and get this done for him. Make sure I can get him some content. Anyways, let's go ahead and get the horizontal one. This light was pretty good. It was like it was $7 at Harbor Freight. Seems to be alright. Let's see if I can get it to go in there. Nice. Let's see if I can get you guys a good angle. There we go. Something like that. Alright. If you stand correctly, there we go. This is one of those cheap Chinese stands. Oh yeah, that's right. It doesn't like you to go like that. There we go. Oh, let's see if it'll stand. I tried that. And then I go down. Yeah. Sorry. I'm actually a videographer by trade, so I have to make sure everything looks good, or else it's gonna bug me. Okay, so let's go ahead and get these bolts off and this cover off. And that way we can redo this one. I didn't tighten these down, I just snugged them up. Oh, that's the wrong Allen. You need a 5, not a 6. Where are you, 5? Yeah, I'm super excited about this Allen key trick. I haven't really been ever super stoked on any sort of like tips and tricks or maybe a cool tool or anything. I haven't really been stoked on that. But this, it is a night and day difference and a complete game changer. Let me get a towel to cover up the intake so I don't drop anything in it. There's only oil passages, but something else could fall in there, like a bolt. And I don't want that to happen. Yeah. Anybody have a project bike they're working on right now? I feel like once you get into the project bike world, it just never ends. You finish one, you're like, oh, that was fun. I want to torment myself some more. I want to get a one or a bike that's in worse shape so I can really test myself. Or that project was fun, but I wish I had more time to work on it, kind of thing. So that's kind of how my bikes have been. I started out with a couple bikes that just needed a little bit of love, some servicing and some fairings, and then it slowly morphed into, oh, this bike needs a complete engine rebuild. Oh, this bike needs all new front end. So, and these two bikes definitely need some love. This one needed a full overhaul service and even some body work. You might check out the first video I have on this bike, and it's just a deep clean, but I kind of talk a little bit about what it needs. And second video is coming out soon, but the second video includes the valve clearances, and I want to make sure that I have the proper footage in there of me utilizing this Allen key trick, because I don't want to just show me using that old school, like, oh, put a socket on it and just push down as hard as you can. I don't want to do that. So I want to make sure I get this footage of me using Allen key. I put Loctite on these bolts, and they're still got a little bit of Loctite on them, so they're doing their job. They come out nice and slowly. All right, let's go set this off to the side and mark it on the paper towel. This is vertical intake. Vertical intake. Okay, so now that's done. Get our feeler gauges and get some measurements. Let's see here. Put that light back on. Can you guys see this okay? You can see it a little bit. Yeah. Let's get this light back on, see if we can. Oh, hey now. That's right in my eyes. I'm gonna get you to balance like right here, something like that. You see that? A little bit. I need something that isn't. That's good enough. Need to bring the camera over and get this footage as well. So let's see here. Alright, let's see. Put this to line Not autofocus, we need manual focus because the flicker is messing with this thing. Alright, let's okay. Get this camera to start working for me. See if I can get you back out this way just a little bit. Stay there. There we go. There we go. Let's try that. Alright. Core. Let's do 15. So again, for you guys watching, Allen key up underneath the opening rocker. Just wedge it in there and just boop, boop. But we gotta make sure our lobes are up and out, pointing to the outside edge. And then once you got that in there, do your, let's try 15. Now I'm measuring between this lobe. All right, 15 is too easy. That's right, because we are on the opening, so we need not 15, that was 10 off. So let's do 25. 25. 25. Ooh, that feels pretty good actually. Let's try 28. 28, where are you at? There we go, there's 28. In there. That feels all right. It's got a little bit of drag. Let's try 3.0 just to be sure. 3.0, are you gonna go in there? All right, let's see. Okay, let's see. We only needed to lift it just a little bit, just a doop, doop. 3.0 is even going in there. Does this have damage on the rocker? Can't see. I don't see any damage on the opener, but that is some. It's quite a bit of space actually. So it won't go in now. I'm just doing a little bit of pressure. Open it. Yeah, that's pretty open. I'm gonna need to replace or redo those rockers. Redo the opener shim on this one for sure. All right, we're up to 0.33, which is pretty big so far. Make sure the lobes are in the correct spot. Open. Ooh, it does not like 0.33. Yeah, it does not like that. I think that one's like a 0.3, 0.31, 0.32, something like that, but we don't have those close-up measurements. Where'd it go? 0.30, so 12 thous. 12 thousandths or 0.33. We'll make sure lobes, correct position. Yeah, we're gonna go 0.30. Make sure lobes, correct position one more time. Yeah, 0.30. Nice. All right, 0.30 on the left. What about the right? Let's see if I can get this. Lobes, correct position. Ooh. There's no resistance there. Let's try 0.33. Sorry guys, I know it's kind of like a boring, monotonous job, but if you've ever done a shim job, you know the feeler gauge part is very repetitive. You double, triple check yourself because it takes so much work to get into the area that you're working in. Ooh, there we go. We got some. Oh, sorry, I'm shaking you guys. Let's see if I can don't see anything on these. But it feels like that one's a 0.38, so these are, yeah, these are pretty off, which is kind of disappointing because this was when I was trying to do it. All right, 0.3 doesn't go in. Get a little snug. All right, 2 in there. 0.38. All right, not 0.38. 0.38 does not go. 0.33 or 3.5. Let's throw 3.5 or 3.3. Here's 3.5. Let's get another go. Doesn't fit. Ooh, that's pretty heavy drag. 3.5. I'm pretty sure it's a 3.3. Sorry to keep bumping you guys, giving you guys motion sickness over here. I think it's a 0.33, so yeah, 0.3, just a little bit of drag. It's a little jittery, but yeah, that's 0.33. So 0.33 on the right side. Was it a 0.33 on the left side? Oh no, I think it's 0.301. So 0.33. I'm gonna go write this down because I always freaking forget. So the left side is 0.33 on the intake vertical loaded. Left side is 0.33. 0.33. And the right cylinder, I think, is a 0.30. 3.5, 3.5, 3.8, wrong way. 8.30. Here we go. Let's double check this one. Yeah. Make sure the lobes are good. Just a tiny bit. Drag there, just a tiny bit. Let's try 0.33 again, because I don't trust myself since now I'm doing this and I'm getting different readings. I have some trust issues now with myself. There's 0.33. No, that grabs too much. No, that's 0.30. So the right opener is 0.30. Opener is 0.30, right? Right loaded is 0.30. Wait. No, that's, yeah, this is 0.25. That's correct. So here is 0.30. All right. Now, for the really fun one, let me just double check. 0.15. Let me make sure that's 15.15. Just while I'm here, double, triple, quadruple check. 0.15. Where are you at? There. It's, my note said this was both. I'm going to turn off the camera. All right, it said it was both 0.15s on this. Oof. That feels pretty. Really? Is it really that snug? Or is it just a little? All right. That doesn't want to go at all. Wow. Okay. Let's do one down. This is where we double, triple check. 13.13. Yeah, that goes. 0.13. 0.15 want to go? See, no. 0.13 doesn't want to go. What's going on here? What's going on? So, 0.13, yeah. 0.13. Okay, let's try 0.15 again. Da, 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 da. 0.15, here we go. Let's see here. There we go. What is it catching on? Sounds like it's catching on something. I think it's catching on that. There we go. It's almost like the lip of this is bent. Or there's a bent part. Yeah, I'm gonna call those both 0.15, so those feel good. All right, so those measurements are good. Now, a tough one, a really tough one, but let's see if we can do it. Let's see if I can get you guys at a good angle, because I have to like shove my head in there to even try and see what I'm doing. Let's see if we can get you guys somewhere in there. Lower this down. There we go. No, you guys can see. Let's see here. Not really much. Here we're working with what we got. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why I got this light, because these measurements are ridiculous. Let's see, I can get up in there like this. Maybe get some zip ties or something. Yeah, let me grab a few zip ties. Try this over there. I hate when I zip tie a bundle of zip ties together, and when I try to undo them, they always like stick. I'm like, your whole job, you're failing at right now. All right, let's see here. Get this zip tie through here. Let's go. Let's go somewhere here with you. Something like that. Maybe up over this one piece. Will it fit? I think it will. There we go. Hope it's not too much in the way. You get this other zip tie in here to hold up the back side of it. Ghetto, flashlight, engineering. There we go. I guess that allows me to see what I'm doing. Yeah. I know you guys can't see much, sorry about that, but we'll see how it goes from here. Alright, let me put this. Some bolts in my pockets. Yeah, but I'm so happy I found this new measuring trick, because it has been a world of difference. But let's double check on this. This is the vertical exhaust. So I got 25 by 28, 15 and 18. Let's try the 15 and 18 again. See if I can get in there. Move these cords out of the way. Excuse me. All right, let's see. Excuse me, camera. Pardon my heavy breathing. Okay, that feels pretty easy. What about you? Yeah, they feel pretty good. You feel pretty light. So I think that's accurate. This one's left side's 15. The right side's 18. 18's the next 7 thou. Yeah, I can call that just a little bit grabby. going at all. No, it doesn't even want to go in there. The other side is probably like a 17. Let's see. So yeah, those are correct. Now, to get the difficult part, I'm try and move my my camera, not you guys, but my camera that I use for my YouTube videos in a good position. This little point and shoot guy. Try and get him in a good position so whenever I make my long format videos, I have a good angle of what to see. But it's super hard trying to get the correct angle and actually see what's happening. Let's see. Maybe that'll work. And of course I'm running out of batteries on this thing. So if I can just get 1 or 2 shots, that will make me happy. Alright, that's there. There we go. Alright, let's see if I can just do it with the rock rounds. Come on, let's see if I can do it. 25. Oh, did you hear that? That was dead battery. Let me grab a new battery real quick. It's over here in this pile somewhere. Where are you? I will be right back, guys. I need to run inside to grab a new battery for my folding camera real quick. And we're back. So the thing that I like about the point and shoots is just everything's so much smaller, easier, more compact. Anybody's looking for something to do YouTube videos on, I highly recommend the original ZV-1, the Sony ZV-1. It has such a good image quality. It's kind of like the Sony A series or their Alpha series, which are kind of like prosumer grade cameras. But I have been using this one for quite a while, and I got to use pretty much all of Sony's Alpha series, or what is it, A7 IIIs, A7 R3s, what was the other one? It was one of their newest ones. I can't remember what it was. It was like A7 IV, I think it was, or A7 R4. Can't remember. They always put an R randomly in there to showcase, oh, this is the newest and greatest one. But when I would shoot with those and have this just like backup camera on a different angle, and when I go in to edit, I'm like, wow. The only thing that I can tell is in the color grading. There's just a little bit more detail. But as for just run-of-the-mill image quality, an average Joe would not be able to tell, which is good, but also kind of interesting. It's like when is too much money to spend on something? All right, let me focus this camera real quick, and we will get the job done. Let's see here. Oh man, I should have found a light that doesn't flicker. That's okay. All right, that's a good shot. All right, we are recording. I'm gonna move you guys on the other side too. So check out the sweet extension cable. But you guys can kind of see behind the scenes action right here. So, yeah, you guys got the camera. The angle I'm trying to go for is right through this subframe. But we'll see if we can get it or not. All right, quiet. That one doesn't have much movement. 25 miles a gallon. Let's try 20.28. 0.28. See this? I'm looking through a hole in the subframe with my head upside down. You go sit there too. And goes there too. It's making me nervous. I really don't want to change a closing shim on this backside because it will be very difficult to get to. And trying to do those clips, oh my god, I don't even know. Who knows, this could be the easiest side, I don't know. I'm doom and glooming it, but I'm hoping that these are good. Oof. That's quite the drag. I don't know, hold on a second. Let's see here. That's 0.30. 0.30, let's try 0.33. Where are we? There we are. Try to keep these two out. 0.33. No, 0.33 does not want to go. So I will call that 0.30. Where is it going to be? Let's try 0.30. Grab pretty hard. Let's try 0.28, which is one size down. See how that feels. One more time. Got that little bit of motion. The lobes are in the correct position. Right, not going in. There's no resistance on that one, so I'm going to call the left opener at 0.30. Left opener, 0.30. Alright, I'm going to stop the camera. I should probably look back at that. You guys can look with me. I don't know if my forearm was in the shot the whole time. Let's see. Replay. Let's see, fast forward. All right, we can see the Allen key. Let's see, does my hand take up the shot completely? A little bit, not too bad. I'm okay with it. It's a keeper. All right, let's just get out of that. And we'll move to the other side. And what do we say? This is going to be a 0.30. 0.30. That is the vertical exhaust right side. Vertical exhaust right side is a 0.30. This 0.28 was a little bit soft. 0.30. Okay. I wasn't too far off with using the thumb, the socket style on that. So now we will try. So what does that give me? 8. I'll figure that out later. Let's do the other side. You guys will also get to see the behind the scenes on that one as well. Or actually, no, let's see if I can just leave you guys there. It's actually a pretty good spot. Let's see if I can get, unless it's directly showing my ass. You know, it's a good angle for you guys. Let's see. There we go. What is that? Is that it? Right? Nice. See if I get the focus. Yeah, I'm gonna move you guys because the angle that it's gonna work out as is gonna be weird. Let's see if I can just make you guys watch the camera screen so you guys are just watching that, because you can actually see that pretty well. Let's see. You guys see that, or is it blurry as shit? And this tripod is wanting to move all over the place. Move you down just a little bit. There we go. Haha. If I can't get you positioned right, I'll get the camera right and you can look at the camera. So you see what the camera sees. Alright, so we did that one. Now we're doing this one. Let's try 0.25 because that's what it says we got. We'll keep 0.25 and 0.28. Alright. It's in the correct position. Those are pointing up and out. I don't know what grab. Just wants to turn the lobe. I'm gonna try and get the skinnier one, see if that helps. This way. There we go. It's working, but it's just barely gripping the lobe. Actually need this piece to be a little bit longer. I can't really, I don't know if I can wedge. Maybe I can do that. I don't know, I didn't say that. Just wedge it. Oh. Alright, this is 0.25. Awkward angle. Now I can get it down. It's pretty tight though. It does not feel like point. Ooh, that's super tight. You can hear, when I pull it, you can hear the closing rocker bottoming out. Let's try 0.25 one more time. That's really tight. Yeah, it's really tight. Alright. Let's try. See, my first measurement was wrong on the other one. So try 0.23. I don't even know how I got that to push down so far. Alright, so this time I'm just doing it a different way. I'm using the thing to lever it down. Maybe it's. Yeah. 0.23. 23 is a winner for sure. Alright, so left side opener, or left side loaded clearance is 0.23. I'll write that down. That is horizontal, or no, I'm sorry, that's vertical exhaust left side is 0.23, not 0.25. So what does that give me? Do some maths here. Get you guys back up. Let's see here. Yep. And ba-doom. There you go. That's your little behind the scenes action right now. Here we go. It's kind of a wide shot of the setup. Yeah, I'm gonna go over there real quick and do some, elementary math that I'll struggle with. I don't want to count my fingers in front of you guys. So let's see here. What do we got? We got two measurements. 53. That one. Okay, by the way, 3, 2, 3, 5, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 8, 1, 1, 1, 8, 1, 8. Okay, that's definitely not right. Okay. That's wrong, and that's both of those are not good. Okay, so and then this one, unloaded, loaded. That makes that 0.15 as well. That also makes that one wrong. Okay, so we're going to be doing a lot of shims. Okay, let's see. 0.23. What is that? 3 in 1, 15, 8, 8. So that's point. That's tight. That's 0.08. So this one. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 0.08. Okay, so that one's also not great. Nope. Alright. What we got over here? 30. What is that? What's the difference? 3, 2, 10, 10, 2, 1, so 0.12. 0.12. Makes that one off, makes that one off. Load clearance, unload clearance, makes that one wrong. Alright, that one's there. I think I'm gonna get a new printout sheet. I've been scribbling all over this since I'm redoing all these measurements with that Allen key technique, and I'll show you guys, it's not looking pretty. See all the fucking scribbles and dibbles and oh fucks and ah damn it's, and yeah, that makes things kind of hard to read when you're trying to be precise. So I'll have to print out another one of these and then write everything down real nice and neat, because if you got OCD, you got it. Let's see here. So what does that mean? I think I got all these done. So okay, you guys can come check it out. Not that exciting. Let me turn off this light. Actually, let me clip it. I'll probably actually do that one first, since it's going to be the most difficult. Let's see. You guys can come with me. Road trip. Alright. Yeah, I really need to get a light set up. This is a rental home, and there's a bunch of crap here, and I need to get this bar light set up so I have a little bit more light when I'm working over here. Because I had installed these guys, and these make a hell of a difference. Because if you guys have seen some of my other videos, I just use softbox lights in a dark garage. So the only thing that's illuminated is directly what I'm working on. And looks good, but it doesn't really help when you're trying to do other things around the garage. So putting these things up really helps. But I'm missing a spot, and that's the spot over here where I'm kind of trying to do paperwork. So this will be a lot of shims. And this is all because I'm trying, after I had shim this bike, gave it back to the owner, my friend, and he rode it a couple times, and then it started backfiring or whatever, and I was like, oh, it's probably the throttle body's the right balance, the TPS sensor's off or whatever. I checked those. The TPS plug was actually a little bit unplugged, and the throttle body balancing rod looked like it had been shifted. So I was like, those are probably the cause, but I was like, let me just go back. I know it's a little bit more work, but let me go back and check all the valve clearances just to make sure, because this was my first time messing with the Desmotronic valve servicing. It's not just an overhead cam and you just put some feeler gauges in there. It's like you have to actually actuate things, and it's kind of tight space. But anyways, so it looks like we are going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 6, 7. I didn't redo this one, did I? Was this 3, 3 unloaded? What was that? Did I do that one earlier? 3, 13, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, I did that one. So that one is incorrect, and that one is incorrect. This one was 25, 13. Yeah, there's that. That one was good, but it is not good, as in I did measurements and did the correct math. But I'm going to try and get them exact. That means I'm going to have to sand down some shims. I have some really fine sandpaper that I'm going to do it with, and polish those out so I can get it to exact numbers. But let's see here. What? Unloaded? Yeah, that's correct. Yes. That's a positive. And then closer is a little bit off. So no. All right. And then this one was correct. Yes. And this one, what? There's one side of one exhaust that I don't have to do. That's exciting. That's awesome. So I'm gonna give that a big check mark and maybe put a box around it in excitement. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 shims. That is a lot. And unfortunate. But that's okay. We're trying to get the best job possible. And I know I'm an amateur mechanic, but I'm always really paying attention to detail and making sure if I can do a better job, I will. And always making sure that I'm doing things somewhat by the book, but also looking for experts who have been dealing with these, whatever it is, a motorcycle, throttle body saint, whoever has the best penetrating oil. I always try to look for the best, and I don't like to fucking half-ass things and say, oh, it's good. That term or that phrase, it's good, just kind of pisses me off. So I'm gonna do this right, and it's gonna require a lot of work. I told my friend, I was like, yeah, let me just, check out that TPS and then, balance the carbs with this new tool, and it'll be good as new. It won't take me that long, so I'll have to send him a message and let him know, hey, the last time I was doing all these shims, I was using the what is it? The recommended method where you take a extension and then some sort of socket, and you use it on the very edge of that opener thing to kind of push it down, and you like have to hold it there because that spring is actually decently tight or decently strong, especially when you're in an awkward angle and you can't really tell if it's down. It's a very kind of like soft contact. There's not like a very positive boonk, like a bottoming out. And also, I think the other time that I was doing it, I didn't have the cam in the correct position for the closing rocker to actually tap the closing cam lobe correctly. So that's the other part, is I hadn't done that. And so there's a lot of things that I learned from, but I'm going to fix them. But luckily, I have already ordered and already have this nice big shim kit from Desmo Times. This thing was kind of pricey. It was somewhere around $200-300, but it comes with a bunch of shims. It comes with the opening shim measuring tool, which is just like another piece of metal that you're able to measure it with a micrometer. But yeah, so I already have this and I've used some of them, but in order to make this bike perfect, I'm going to need to shim down some stuff, or sand down some shims. So what I think I'm going to do is, what time is it? 10:13. Let's go ahead and start working on the rear. Let's start working on the rear. Is this thing loose again? Yeah. Sorry, y'all, stand is loose again. Come on. There we go. All right, let's put this down. And right now it is in horizontal top dead center. So I need to move it to vertical top dead center. How to do that, I'm gonna move this. I hate moving spark plug boots. Sometimes I feel like they're just gonna never come out. Come on. I don't trust yanking on this part. I always try to get it. I'm like, oh yeah, just easily just remove this and then twist me. It's coming out a little bit. Sure, it has a nice form. Let's try from those. And of course, I'm in the garage and it's a little warm outside, not too bad, but already starting to get sweaty. I don't really want to use tools on you. Oh my goodness. Come on. Damn. Alright, what do we get going on here? It's really stuck on there. Alright. Didn't want to, but gotta use something to kind of push that up. What do we want to use? Let's use, try this with 14, maybe get that under there, wedge that up. See now. Right. That's not good enough. 17. Let's just get them. string. Ah, damn. Not what I wanted to happen. The wire is ripped off in there, so. Damn it. That's stuck on there, so we'll need a new one of these. Damn it. That's not what I wanted. Alright, well, since we're here, gotta keep moving forward. Gotta get shit fixed. Alright, what do we need? We need on the nose. These will be okay. There goes the wire. So that split. So that guy was super corroded. And it's stuck in there like crazy. That's unfortunate. Damn it. This is a specialty crimp too. Damn, dude. Did not want that to happen. I had a feeling something like that was going to happen though. Just that wire right there. Alright, we'll just shut that in there for right now. I'll get back to you. Yeah. Do it live. Where was the spark plug sockets? What did I do with you guys? I think it was this one or this one. Sure, it was this one. Let's see which one it is. I think it's this one. Alright, so the whole reason why I'm removing the spark plug is so when I rotate the engine, there's not a bunch of resistance. That's frustrating. Alright, was it half? No, it's quarter. Or 3/8. Is 3/8 or half? 3/8. Super loose, which isn't a bad thing, but maybe I can get that on there. No, I'm not going to start fantasizing about trying to fix that. Just go ahead and pull the down. Magnet. Is my magnet inside? I don't know if my magnet's inside. Let's see here. I'm gonna have to run inside real quick, grab the magnet that I have. Magnet tool, unless I brought it out here somewhere. Hold, please. had to go and find my magnet. Had to go and find this guy. We're working on a 996 right now. It's a Ducat 2000 996. And yeah, it's been giving me a headache. I actually had this for a while. I did the valve job and I thought everything was good, and now I found this new technique to do the opening rockers with a Allen key, and I'm realizing that all of my measurements before were actually pretty off. So I'm redoing all the valve shims on this, and in the process, what I just did was I ripped off one of these spark plug, what is it, I forgot what these are called, boots, or pretty much the thing that gives electricity to the spark plug. That was so stuck on there that it didn't want to come off. Yeah, this thing was corroded on there. Did not want to come off. So spark plug looks okay. Gap looks fine. Not too oily. That's alright. So I'm gonna write that down as vertical. Vertical one. Alright. So now we'll get off the horizontal one. Just need to write correct extension to get down to that spark plug. I'm really hoping that boot doesn't give me issues. I don't really want to remove it at all either, because I don't want to have another issue. Well, anyways, I'm going to leave that on there for right now, because I don't want to rip off another spark plug boot. And get my long screwdriver to let me know from that top dead center. Old trick, just put the screwdriver down into it. Let me hook up my crank turning tool, specific to Ducati, these guys. Crank turning tool, and line up with the grooves in there. Get it in there. There it goes. Let's just screw it in there like that. Correct that one, perfect, right? Man, I'm bummed about that freaking spark plug. 6. I'll tell you we need it. There we go. Okay, now we'll just watch the screwdriver. Make sure it goes a little bit. There's all the way down. But what we want, all the way down. All the way up. There we go. That's all the way up. All the way up there. So whenever we're messing with these valve clearances, and if we take off the closer shim and the valve wants to drop, it only drops and hits the top valve, or the piston. It doesn't go all the way into the cylinder head. So I think what we were planning on doing is changing out the ones back here. I can get this down low enough, get you guys down there. If this janky Chinese silly, I'm calling it a bunch of names, this tripod, it's got like a little flexi head on it. That's not the best. Yeah, we're good. You can kind of see it, we're working right here. Move you guys kind of over this way. Right yonder is where we're working. All right, so what we need, get you guys in a second because I have to take off the covers and remove the cams. Covers and remove the cams. Come here. Yes, watch right here. There we go. Get you guys right here. That looks good, I think. I always set you a lot higher than you need to be. There we go. Nice. Yeah, gotta remove the cam covers, and I'm gonna make a little tool with bolts. Get the pin out. Focus. G25. Anybody ever do those at-home workouts like T25 or P90X? Anyone ever do those things? I tried to do it, but almost per usual, didn't really stick with it. Let's see here. Okay. That off there. That goes in here. This goes here. This goes here. Bam. Should have brought my little stool in here. Alright, let's do the center plate first. Again, I had all these bolts just Loctited so you can see there's quite a bit of resistance when taking them off. Just blue Loctite, but I Loctite everything. It does make for a pain to remove them though. Your forearm gets jacked and tired. But it's all good. It's all part of the process. Alright. Just a little M5 bolt, but Loctite just enough to make things difficult. These should be the same size. Yep, same size. Right. Those two at the bottom should be the same size. Anybody know what that's called? The boot that goes over top of the spark plug. Is that the spark plug boot, or is that the? I'm drawing a blank. Spark. I can't remember what it's called. Oh well. I'll need to get that wire. I need wire for that. All right. I think those are all the same length. I'll double check. Double check. Double check. They're all the same length. So that is good. No mix matching lengths. So what are you guys doing tonight? Anything exciting other than watching a Ducati be slowly but surely rebuilt? This guy off, and then there's a metal gasket behind it. It's on there. This one, yeah, this pin has spun. I don't know if you can see that. It's kind of recessed because there's these pins right here. And if they're not held in place perfectly, they'll spin and just grind away this plate. This plate needs to be replaced. But my friend who owns this, she's just like, he doesn't want to put that much money into it. He just wants to get it back on the road. So that's not that big of an issue. So, but it's something to look for if you're trying to get a motorcycle or a Ducati in tip-top shape and perfect. You'd probably want to replace this one. Put these bolts away. Bolts away. Bolts away. Last bolts. Alright, so let's do this. Let's get the next bit done. Alright, so this guy. all good. Alright, loosen these. Now these cams won't come out until I take this pin and pull it out just a little bit, and it makes this top rocker able to move over, and then allows me to remove these guys. So, oh man, my forearms are pumped. This is the chair. Alright, look at that Loctite on there. Let me see it. Come off. I'm gonna need to clean these and clean the inside of that. Make sure nothing gets gunked up. And where's the last one? It's down here. Here it is. Go on. Okay, time is it? 10:39. Maybe we can do one head tonight with the shims. Hopefully it won't take that long. This is the second time around I'm doing this. And it won't be that scary of a job. Alright, let's see here. What are the low returns on these things? Is that the low returns? Below there? I don't know. Getting distracted. I'm trying to find where the oil returns are in these heads, so I know what to block up. Alright, so I have these two bolts. Let's see if we can get 5 inch long. Get the bolts. That looks about right. So I'm just trying to find excess bolts to try and make my little doohickey of a tool. All you need is a bolt, a nut, and you're good to go. Let's see. Had it like this, and then I pulled it out. I think I just had it this and that. Other, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. And then I don't even think. Needed this. Yeah. Need a washer. I need a washer. Big washer. Maybe keep it going. So I'm still trying to figure this one I'm back. So this is what you need in order to get this cam out. You need some sort of something that's long enough to be threaded and something to get it back up. So when you start threading it in, it can pull it out. So let's see if we can get this going here. Pretty sure it's this one. I'm pretty sure it's a 5, I don't think it's a 4. See if I can. Come on. Right as I do all that work, I find out it's a 4. Pretty sure it's a 5. Is that a 4? Hold on. Yeah, I think it's a 4. It's not a 5. It doesn't fit in there at all. Okay, back to the drawing board. Need a screw that's a little bit smaller. It's not a 5. It's a 5. I think this was the one. Yeah. This was the one that I did just without anything. Yeah, here it was. Yeah, I remember this bolt now. Because it's a BMW OEM bolt and it has a star on it. Or a star socket. Put this stuff back up. Alright, there's a star. Where the star was at? Where the stars? There we go. What was that? Oh, right there. There, let me set it down. Get the correct star. Socket it out. Sounds like some dog fighting outside. Alright. So, and we're back. Got our little tool. So I'm pretty sure it's a 4. Yeah, that seems legit. But yeah, just needed something as a backup. And then, oh, this isn't big enough needs to be big enough to go over that. So let's this one? Might be this one. 17. Yeah, that looks good. So we'll do 17 with a 4 and a little nut. Enough to grab it. That's already put it in. There we go. I can get it to thread. I'll get you guys a probably better angle from up top. There we go. Oh man, it's a little bit too wonky of an angle. Come on. Again, this little tripod that you guys are sitting on is kind of like a Chinese bendy one. Doesn't always do the trick, but pull on the right one. Not the lower one. The lower one's down here. Pull on the top one. So I gotta thread it in and snug it up. And it is already pulling it. Yeah, it barely needed to come out, so. Yeah. I actually don't think I even need this whole little setup. I think I can just thread it in a little bit and pull it out, which is a little unnerving, but so you just thread it in a little bit. The other one wouldn't let me do this. Actually, I had to get it. There we go. Thread it in. Just pull out just a little bit. There we go. That's good enough. I'll unthread this guy. Okay. Set this off the side. What that allows me to do. Let's see if I can get you guys set up here. What that allows me to do. You guys can see that. It's not bitching at me, but okay. But it allows me to move this top rocker over. Actually, I can probably. Oh, it needs to come out just a little bit more. Rocker's not coming out just enough. This guy here. So I need to pull it out just a little bit more. And you can tell by how far the rocker wants to move. But you don't want to pull it out too far. Alright, so that completely off. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Now I should be able to finagle this cam out. There we go. Cam is out. This cam looks a little bit uneven wear, but it's okay. Oh, I kicked the socket. Alright, so this is the in intake. Alright, okay, that's that. So now you can probably see down in there. Let's see if I can get you guys lower, low. There we go. Just stay, come on. There we go. You guys see that? Yeah, you guys see that. But now, the lobe can be moved off. And so I can move these guys freely. I can get access to whatever I need to get access to. So now I'm just looking at the opening rocker and the closing rocker to make sure they have no wear, and they do not, which is good. But now I need to customize a screwdriver, a flathead screwdriver, and put some tape around it because I have to shove a screwdriver in behind these there's little tangs that stick up, and you have to push, it's the closer arm, and you have to put a screwdriver behind it and push this closer arm forward, and that drops the closer arm down, allowing room for the valve to move, and I can take off the shims. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that fun stuff. Alright, so I need grease, because in order to get pins back in, you need grease. You need measuring tools. That's good. Alright, put this back. Sorry, I'm trying to stay very organized because I have a lot of desk space up here. But if anybody, in the meantime, if anybody knows where I can get a spark plug boot, spark lead, that's what it's called, not boot, spark lead, spark plug lead. I know I'm probably going to have to surf eBay tonight and find that. What we are working on right now is number one right here. So left side is a 15, and now I need to measure those. So I'm going to get off the right side first because both of those are incorrect. So what I'm going to do first is get off the opener shim and measure that. So let's get off the opener of this one. I don't know if you can see that in there, this guy right here. So the cam rocker is all the way off to the side, just a little solid bite. There we go. There's the goodies. All right. Let's measure this real quick. You do that with just one of these guys. So I'm just gonna be over the table real quick measuring this. Let's see. the small dial is the fast mover, and the big dial is for small increments. That one is a 2.9. It says 2.899, but that's going to be a 2.9. 2.9. Alright, let's see here. So that is the vertical. That's the hardest part about this, is I'm always repeating everything over and over. So the opener shim is a 2.9, and that's the right side vertical intake. See, 2.90. 2.90. And we need to make it. I'll just bring you guys over here. This takes a little bit of time on each element, kind of back and forth. I really don't like taking both shims off and then whatever both shims. Fuck it. I'll just do it. So I'm over there. Make sure I don't mix them up. Look at that mess. Okay, so this is this side. Alright, so you guys stay there for a second. I'll get this one open. So same thing, this one, you just move it up out of the way. Actually, that's got a good grab. Yeah, positive grab. Alright, so that is the left side that is in my hand. Alright, come with me and you'll see what the shim measurements are. And we'll look and find how off we are. Alright, so this is here. Let's get you guys up. Maybe one more. There we go. It's a little wobbly. There we go. Damn, this freaking cheap thing is so wobbly. I think it's broken too, actually. Alright, let's get you pointed down just a little bit. Alright. You see, what can you see here? Yeah. Sweet. You see me guys alright? Nice. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so this, I'm just gonna keep this on the left side because that's the left side. We concluded that the right side is a 2.9. 2.9. So if it's 2.9, and I need to make the unloaded clearance smaller, or I need to make that distance smaller, 2.10, I need to make this 0.5 bigger, correct? So, new opener shim is D, equals D, is F minus B, so F minus B, so 10 minus 15, that's 0.05, and that's negative 0.05, or that's 10, F minus B, so that's 0.05, so I need to add 0.05, so that's the opener shim is 2.95. Because right now the unloaded clearance is too big, and I need to make it smaller, meaning I need to make this shim bigger, and bigger by 0.05, so that makes that a 2.95. So let's look in our box of goodies. Again, I'll show for you guys who haven't seen Desmo Times shim kits. It makes good quality stuff. He's got a whole bunch of stuff. Alright, so we need a 2.95. Alright, let's look. Closers, openers, 2.95. Let's see here. Here's the tool. This is blank. So opener 2.95 should be right here. Do I have it? Yes. Alright. Even says it on there. Look at that. I don't know if you can see that. It says 2.95 just to make sure, but also you definitely need to double check these. Alright. So 2.9. Let's double check this is 2.95. Yep, look at that. On the dot. 2.95. That is what this one needs. Okay, I'm going to put this 2.9 back in. It's a neighbor. That's 2.9. There we go. Now, to do the other side. What is the other side? On the left side. That is a that one's 2.909, so this one's also 2.9. It needs to go. Yeah, I measured these before playing around with them. I thought these were in spec, but that was before I decided to go with the LT Snyder specs. They recommend a much tighter tolerance instead of, well, I mean, it's a different tolerance because there's apparently 3 different versions of tolerances on here. You have OEM factory tolerances, you have the Haynes manual factory or Haynes tolerances that kind of go off, piggyback the OEM factory ones, and then there's the LT Snyder, which is a guy who made his own manual because apparently that guy's a whiz with these particular 916 style bikes and this what is it? Quattro. Desmo Quattro motors. Yeah, 2.9. So this was measured, over Shim was measured at 2.90. But we need to make that gap smaller to 10. So same deal, we gotta add 5. So we need new shimmer needs to be a 2.95. And it looks like that is 2.90. And we have one more than 2.95. But I think this is going to take a little bit longer because we're already at 2.95s. And I think we need a couple more of those. So sadly, I don't think I'll be able to get this fully done. 2.95 with a little bit of balance in there. So that is good. So those are the 2 new shims. So now comes the fun part. Pulling the closing shims. So what you need for that one is a flat blade screwdriver with a little bit of tape on it, just to protect things. Where is that tape? I have some just grip tape I like to use. If I can find it. Use it. All that fumbling around you heard was, I haven't fully unpacked. We just moved not too long ago and there's a bunch of boxes over there. I'm still finding things that I need. So I like this stuff. This is just a fabric grip tape. Played hockey pretty much my whole life, and this is what I call hockey tape. It's what we use to wrap our sticks with. We wrap our socks up or hold our shin guards on with. Wrap it if you have a jammed finger or whatever. Literally you use it for everything. I'm pretty sure other sports use it, but I just know it as hockey tape. But I think other people call it like fabric tape or something of sorts like that. Let me see if I can get a good design on here. Trying to get just to protect the tip so I'm not doing any damage. There we go. That's nice and soft. Now just go around the edge so it's not metal on metal directly, because you have to kind of rest this on the intake, or the it's like a bearing surface almost. It's like, ugh, it makes me cringe. But I didn't see anyone else have any other ideas on how to move the opening rocker. This is a pain in the ass to get off later. I have to use like acetone or something. But there we go. Nice and protected. So when I'm jamming it in there, it's not going to rub on anything, but it's a tool. So I got these guys. Those are important. Those stay there. Those are both the new shims. They're the correct new shims. They can stay there. Now let's get out the new ones. I need a magnet. And yeah, all right, let's go over there. Let me double check. I think I need to take out both of these, right? Just double checking that I need to take out both. Yeah, both are long. Both have quite the gap. Okay. Both need to come down 10 or 5. So they both need to go down one size. But this, let's see if I can get you guys to focus in here. Get you down a little bit. There we go. Kind of see. Let me turn off this light. This light is meant for this other side. There we go. Get you guys lined up. Yeah, you can kind of see that a little bit. Kind of. It's a little dark, but you can kind of see what I'm working with. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. So what you have to do is you have to take the screwdriver and put it behind this opening rocker. This opening rocker then goes down and gives room for you to take off the clips as well as the lowering shim or the opening shim. So I don't really like this, but I'm okay. Got this. All right, so I'm gonna pressure, pushes that down. Just gonna push on this slightly. Gonna get this first one. Hold on a second. Let me move this rocker down just a tiny bit more. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Actually, let me move this other light so I actually have some light in here. I get nervous with these closing shims because they got the clips in them and it's going to fall and all kinds of dumb stuff. So I'm actually going to take some paper towel and shove it in there so if those clips do fall, I can find them. All right. Come on, tear. Tear from me, please. There we go. Just fold this like this. Like that, not like that. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that, maybe? No, it looks a little sketch. Maybe just a little bit like. Trying to get it to where. Let's see, how's that look? Yeah, kinda. There we go. Alright, give it enough room, I think. Alright, let's clip this light so we can get this light out. Alright. Off it out. Okay, let's see here. this thing to sit somewhere. Doesn't line up with anything. It's hard. Give me a little bit. Something like that. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Good light. All right. Da-da-da, I got my magnet. Just push down on this. Oh, what are we doing here? You need to come out. Push down on this. Take off this back one first. I say keep the orientation, but you saw that it just spins, and I have no idea which orientation that came up off. It does have some marks on it, but I at least know it's on the left side. I'll just put this over here. It's kind of hard to tell. All right. Let's get the other one out. Okay, and I need to twist it a little bit. Man. All right. Excuse me. All right, it goes down. The valve's wanting to fall down now. See if I can get push the towel on that valve. Keep it from falling. Work this down. Oh. There it goes. Gives me clear room to. Okay. And see, there's no way that I could tell what the orientation is on that one. So I just try to remember what it was, but I try to line them up too. Okay, those are there. Now I can grab the shim itself. Getting the mount isn't that scary. It's the see, it goes like that. So we get the valve out. This is the lower shim. So get that one out on the right side. Right side. And get the other one out. So this one you gotta stick the shaft of the screwdriver in. Not only you have to undo it from the front one, but you have to get behind the second one. I don't know if you can see that in there. Let me see if I can get you guys even lower. Possibly to get you in there to skip. See if I can go lower. Does this thing go lower? No, it doesn't. Let's see. I don't know if you can see that. I'm just setting you guys up weirdly. Let's see. Yeah, you can kind of see in there. Kind of. Yeah. Alright. So we're going in front of the right one and going behind the left one. And that kind of gives you some leverage. I think that's right. I don't remember if that's. Just there we go. All right. I remember this thing was such a pain in the ass. valve wants to drop on this one really easily, so. Come on. Spinning the valve. See if I can get that to come out. Oh, yeah, I remember this was a pain in the ass because the valve wants to go down with it. And let's see, what did I do before? How did I keep? I'm trying to remember, there was another trick somewhere on how to keep this thing up. Did you just stick another thing in there? I think it was that you just stick another screwdriver in there. Let's see. I think that's all it was. Yeah, stick another. Let me get a shorter screwdriver so it doesn't just fall out. But, I think that's what it was. Put this back. And should I get the top dead center? I'm like shoving 2 screwdrivers in there. But trying to work with what we got. So that's starting to go down. It's difficult. It's not wanting to unclip. There we go. There it goes. All right. Ah, super sketchy. Came off right in my hand, that first clip. I think that is oriented like this. Alright, make sure it's oriented like that. As the left. For if there's any of you guys out there that do body techs and you're just laughing at me, what am I removing? Do Hayabusa bikes make for, let's see, what you guys got going on? Do Hayabusa bikes make for good beginner project bikes and daily riders? Because I'm seriously wanting to find me a wrecked first generation Hayabusa and rebuild it. And yes, I love Busas. Well, I won't say it's a beginner bike. A healthy Busa, if you spin the throttle and you're not ready, it can force you to lose your grip and fly off the back. Like, if you've ridden a 250 and you're like, yeah, I'm ready for the Busa, that's something people don't even understand. That 1000cc bikes are so powerful that you have to have good grip strength. You have to grip the tank with your knees. You have to dig the pegs into your shoes, as in like put the balls of your feet on the pegs, not just the pegs in the middle of your foot, but on the balls of your feet, because the bike is actively trying to fly out from underneath you. I've ridden motorcycles for a long time. I started out on a Ninja 250, and I went to a CBR 600, and that was a crazy jump. That was night and day difference. And then I got to ride, like here recently, I got to ride the S1000, but I got to ride friends' CBR 1000s, Suzuki GSXR 1000s at the track, and yeah, they're just straight line monsters. But that's not to say that the Busa, the most famous straight line rocket, compares, because it's completely different. Busas are pretty common. Depends on what generation you get, but as for a beginner bike, I do not recommend it. You'll get hurt on it. I'm not just, oh, don't get a big bike. I've known people that die from, hey, I got my first bike. What's your first bike? Oh, it's a CX-10. Oh, did you do your MS? Of course, yeah, I did it. What'd you do? Were you allowed to use your own bike? No, we did it on like little 250. I was like, okay. Do you plan on going to a track day? No, I don't want to go to a track day. Those things are dangerous. You need to go to a track day. It'll help you get used to it. A couple months later, he's gone. So it's not that the bike is inherently dangerous. It's the bike plus driving it on public roads plus not building up a tolerance for closing speeds, reaction times, predicting the unpredictable kind of shit. But yeah, anything over, I don't know, 500, like the Ninja 650s that are like just the V-twins, they're low speed, high torque kind of bikes. I like those for beginner bikes because it lets you get the sensation of torque, the sensation of the bike wanting to rip out from under you, the torque, the power of it, but without so much speed. Because I got to rebuild that brand new 2024 bike. Those bikes can do 100 miles per hour in first gear. I think that thing gets up to like 115 in first gear, and then you got 5 more gears to go. So I don't recommend it, but if while you're building that Busa, you're riding a Ninja 250, getting used to that, do your MSF course, maybe get a Ninja 650 and then maybe a ZX6, and then work your way up to going to track days, getting you ready. A Busa will be easy by then, because Busas are like straight line speed, but they're super comfortable on their couch, but they don't turn too well. I've seen a couple guys bring their Busas to track days, and they ride it well, but it is not turning like what you think a sport bike will. So I recommend just buy a cheap Ninja 250, maybe Kawasaki 650R or something like that, and play around with it for a month or two, sell it, just to get your bearings right on what kind of motorcycles, or what motorcycles can do. But yeah, you can also rebuild those. Those are super cheap and easy to rebuild. Busas it's a big motor. I had to do a full rebuild on a muscle bike, which is the Triumph Speed Triple. It's not a full super bike, but that thing has such a big engine. It's big, physically big. That one was a 1098cc or 1090cc. What is it? Was it a Speed Triple 1090? I think it was 1090cc. So it's a big motor, and rebuilding that thing, it only had 3 cylinders. It didn't have 4, but it's still, trying to rebuild that is a lot of work. But also the Busas, it's such a popular bike to rebuild and customize. Like, I live in Houston, there's a big Busa thing here, and you always see super stretched out, lit up, super custom painted ones. Like, there's people that pour a lot of money into those bikes, but it's a toss-up, because that means there's a lot of people also wanting to rebuild that bike, and it just makes it difficult for parts. You'll be able to find stuff on eBay and stuff, and bikes that are parted out, but it does make it difficult, since everyone thinks of motorcycles. They either think of the GSXR 600 because you're a jigsaw, or they think of Busa because they think Busa is the biggest, baddest, fastest bike, or they got to go to a show and they saw a bunch of stretched out, super customized ones, and they fell in love with it. But it's tough to rebuild them because everyone wants to do them, so they're sought after, even though they're kind of available. To rebuild them and have parts available, I don't know. And I was telling some people earlier that when I rebuilt that 06 GSX-R 600, which is the classic Gixxer look, I was having trouble finding parts. All the parts that I was finding were either just cheap Chinese things, and I couldn't find any used OEM parts. And then when I went to the OEM route, ready to spend some money, I couldn't get it because they didn't have them anymore. They didn't make it. So yeah, I don't recommend having it for your first bike, but if you get one, you start to rebuild it and buy a 250 to ride until you're done rebuilding it, yeah, do that. Yeah. Oh, what I'm removing right now, what is it, ride the 808? I'm just doing the valve clearances, and I'm removing the shims on a Desmo Quattro engine, and these shims aren't like your normal inline 4 engine where you have the cams and then the cam caps, and then you do measurements, and there's the bucket, and then underneath the bucket is the little shim that you replace. These, it actually has 2 types of shims. It has an opener and a closing shim, and once I get this next closer out, I'll show you what I mean. But yeah, that's all I'm working on, is trying to get these clearances right so this bike runs perfectly. Yeah, what's up? What's up, Rag? Oh man, sorry, I'm looking directly into a flashlight, so it's hard to read the phone. Yes, it is totally a 996. This is a 996. I have a 748 over there, but it's hard to tell the difference because I mean, all the 916 style bikes are almost identical. I think they're pretty much identical, but the only big difference is the inside bore and stuff. And then you'll see on like the S's and SPS's is different suspension and different wheels and exhaust. But yeah. Anyways, let's get this last closer out. Let's see here. So I'm just making the closing rocker go down. Trying to get this one loose. There we go. Trying to get it to come down. There we go. Now I get a magnet in there and get that shim clip. Turn for me. Yeah, this job is very tedious. It's famous for being very difficult and people don't want to do it. And it's expensive to do at a dealership because it is so tedious. Hold on. There we go. And then you have these little tiny clips that hold in the shims. And they are kind of a pain, and they're temperamental. You have to line them up perfectly. Like if you flip them or if they're the wrong orientation, they won't line up with the valve stem, and they won't grab the valve stem correctly. So just kind of a pain. I wanted to see what Ducati's like actual tool is for these guys, because that would be nice to know. All right, and this, slowly let this go. There we go. This is the closing shim. So instead of like an inline where you just have a shim underneath a bucket, this one has an opening and closing shim. All right, let's measure these guys. I'll bring you guys over here. Let's see here. Light. There we go. Yeah, it's kind of a long, drawn out process. Let's see here. There we go. And I apologize if you guys bobble for a bit. It's on this like little flexi head stand. Yeah, let me move you back a little bit. There we go. Yeah, so this is the setup. Got paper measurements, and this is what I was talking about earlier. You actually have 2 shims, and they're quite big. You have the closer shim and the opener shim, and there's a rocker that sits on top and a rocker that sits like a tuning fork on bottom that lifts. The rocker on the bottom that lifts it, it actually closes the valve shut, and there's a rocker on top that opens the valve. So there isn't necessarily a spring in like a traditional inline where a cam valve, a cam lobe goes over a bucket, pushes it down, comes back up, and there's an internal spring that pushes the valve closed. This one, it's all hard parts. There's no springs. So that's the Desmotronic. I think it's Tronic. I think that's the Desmotronic. Yeah, I'm gonna say that 1,000 times. Desmotronic style valves. But, so right now, we just measured those and we corrected those. So now we have to measure these closing shims. And even to make it even more Ducati, you actually have to use a closing shim tool. And what that is this guy right here. If I can get it. It's a closing shim tool. Because the opening shims, you can measure with a micrometer. You put that in there and you measure them. But you can't do that with these. You actually have to put this tool in here. And it makes two flat surfaces. And this creates an exact, I think it's 10 millimeter offset. I think that's what it is, a 10 millimeter. I'm pretty sure it's a 10. Almost sure it's a 10. Yeah. There's a 10 millimeters. Your offset is 10 millimeters. So it creates a 10 millimeter offset in order to measure it. So to measure these guys, this is just a zero this out. 0, come on. All right, just put it in there. Measure it right in the middle. What do we get? This is looks like this is gonna be a 2.75. Or is this gonna be a 2.8? Yeah. I see that's a 2.75. There we go. So you're just minusing the 10, the offset, so that gives you the 2.75. So that's 2.75. We look up here. We're gonna need to adjust that shim. So that unloaded, the closer shim is 0.18. We actually need that to be 0.10. So I'm going to move down 5. So it's pretty close. I don't want to do 10 because then that's just tight, too tight. And that'll be 8. And I don't really, I guess I could sand these down 3 millimeters or 0.03 millimeters, whatever it is, 0.10 of a millimeter. But we'll see. So what was that? Damn it, all that talking, it was 0.275, I think. Double check. You'll see me double check the shit out of these things because I don't want to get this wrong. Yeah. 2.75. Let's write that down. Closer shim is 2.75. So I need to make that gap smaller. So this needs to get bigger by 5. So let's make that bigger by 5. This is 2.75. We'll look up here. This box, this gap here. Let's see. Oh, what we got? Same stuff. Oh. I went the wrong way with it. Sorry, I was checking to see if there's any new comments. Oh yeah, Frank. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was crazy when they came out with the new one. And it looks pretty and it's got the same like beefy look. But yeah, when they wrote it like the GSX-R 1000 was faster and the S1000 just smoked the shit out of it. And it's like, this is supposed to be like the straight line king. And then they put it up against, what is that? The, God, I can't even think of it. The turbo Kawasaki, what is that? ZX14 or whatever that turboed one is, not the turbo Busa, but when they put a turbo in the Busa, it still wasn't as fast as the whatever the new ZX1 thing, where it had the big blow-off valve. It was like, oh, it was that first turbo bike. Anyways, back to what I was doing. But yeah, that sucks. Yeah, get the original bikes because you can soup those up and they'll still not go bang. All right, so this is 2.75. I need a 2.8 to make the gap smaller. So 2.75 is up here. I need, yeah, I think this is actually a factory one that I changed out. Let's see. Let's double check here. Yeah, that's it. 2.8 right there. So 2.8, that one's good. We got those. Now we're gonna measure this one. Same process, put in the little tool. This one looks like you are also 2.75. I need to make you smaller by 5, exactly. So we need a 2.8. Because this is 2.75, you need a 2.8. This is 2.75 as well. Is there a 2.8? Yes, there it is. Okay. Let's double check. And I'm mainly doing this first intake thing because this is where I had I'd already done these measurements and whatever, got it back to my friend. And he said it was having some intake backfire. I was like, ugh. So I'm going to check the valves on this one particularly first. All right, so new shim size, 2.8, 2.75, 2.80. So that will make that smaller by 5. I made that one smaller by 5, so that should be 10 and 10. So this should all be correct now. So, look at these guys. Size is that? 290, 295, 295. This one looks much bigger, actually. Like, looks completely different and much bigger. Let me see. I know this isn't the correct thing. 6.85. Yeah, it's almost 10 thousandths bigger. But we're not measuring the outside, we're measuring the inside, which is why you need that tool. That's, yeah. Another 2.8 in there? No, these are the two last ones. So which one was bigger? This is with firm pressure, that puts it, but you read it. Firm pressure is 2.78. What about you with a little bit of firm pressure? Here. You're just a tiny bit smaller. Yeah, it's okay. Now, the fun part. So, putting these back in. So, what you have to do is, you have to put this over the valve, and then you have to put these clips in. But you have to put these clips in the correct orientation, or else this won't sit correctly on the valve, and the measurements will be off. But the catch is, they're like, oh, make sure they're in the same orientation as you take them off. Well, when I took them off, they get sucked up by the magnet. So it's like right here and they go squish. So I have no idea what orientation they were in, if it just flipped 180 or if it did a 120 or whatever the fuck it did. But so that's the hard part. So last time I did this, I just kind of looked at them and see how they lined up. See if I need to flip them, but also You can kind of tell some wear marks. So that definitely is the bottom. It's definitely the bottom. Definitely the bottom. And you can kind of a little bit see wear marks. And that one is definitely the bottom as well, because I can see where the shim has been pushing up on that. So yeah, those are like that. So now I'm gonna move you guys back over there. Anybody making comments? Oh yeah. Yeah. The only Ducati I like is the one featured in the Matrix. Yeah, there you go. That's is that the 996 or 998? Well, it's these bikes. I have two of them. This is the 748. This is the 996. The one you saw on the Matrix was the exact same thing, but just different color. It had a dark green look, but everything is the same except for maybe the suspension and then the bore size. The bore size and cylinder size. So that's what gives you that 748 displacement, the 996 displacement, and then 998. But I can't remember if the one in the Matrix was a 998 or a 996. Well, whatever. All right, back to the task at hand. So we gotta get these guys back in here. Get you lower. So it's a tight spot to work in too. See if I can get this angled down. See, you see in there? Just a little bit. But yeah, that's where I'm working. And yeah, there's nothing I can say. I don't like doing this. It's not fun. Because the best technique people said to put the shim in and get these clips in is take some grease, put it on your finger, then put the clip on your finger, then slowly push the clip in the shim. I'm like, oh my god, that sounds so sketchy. So, but that's what you gotta do. So I digress. Let's get this done. So this is the right side. This is the far side. Or no, this is the close side. So we're gonna do the far side first. So left side. Left side is gonna be the far side. So this one. This one. All right. So let's just get this on there. Let's get the light back on. Nice. Hopefully you guys can kind of see in there. See, there's the valve. Can you see? Kind of. Yeah, you guys can see the top of the valve right there. All right, hold up. Wait a minute. I thought the bike in the first Matrix film was Triumph Speed Trip. Ooh. I don't know. I just know about the famous one where they get what's that? Yeah, I can't remember. It's been a while since I watched that movie, but I know the one where the girl with the key maker. I guess the key maker is 2 or 3, but that was the most famous one for Ducati. It jumps off the back of an 18-wheeler. It's got the key maker on the back, the little Asian dude. That one was one of these bikes. I don't know. It might have been a Speed Triple on the first one. I can't remember that scene. But that's cool. If that's true, then that means my channel has 2 bikes that were in the Matrix. Ta-da! Alright, let's put this guy in here. This is the far side. So what I'm doing is leveraging up the closing rocker and pushing it down. Okay. Pushing it down and putting the shim, or the shim on there. So that goes like that. So now the trick is you hold the closing rocker down, which lets the shim go all the way down. I stick some grease in that clip on there, and I go in there and I go bloop, and then I up the shim a little bit. I spin the shim so the clip moves around, and then do it again. It's yeah. We will see how it goes. All right, let me get first clip with some grease. All right. I don't know how much grease to put on. All right, just give me a second. I need to make sure these are the correct orientation. I'm just looking for, I'm looking on these clips for like a flattened spot or a valve has been pushing on it. Let's see, is that on it? Yeah, I think that lined up good. And of course they're magnetized. Alright, so I hate doing this. There's grease. Okay, whatever. There's some grease with a clip on it. So what I'm supposed to do is turn my finger and push it in there. So we're going to get this grease set up. I just wiped away all the good grease. Hold on. Alright. So, greased up, good to go. You gotta put it on the side of your finger. I learned this from, what was it, Brad, the bike guy? Or there's another YouTube channel where they go super in depth on these bikes and it's pretty cool. I've learned a lot of tricks from those guys, and I'll link their channels in the description of this live once it's done live and it's just sitting there. But if you guys ever need anything, you need to go to those channels. They have so much information, so much detailed information about these bikes, but their channels are small and the views are so small, and it's not like they're video quality shit. It's just no one really needs that detailed stuff until you're like me, who's trying to rebuild 2 of these bikes. I'm like, wow, I would have paid thousands of dollars for that information, because it's not information you can get in a book. It's hands-on, shown on a video kind of stuff. Anyways, back to the task at hand. Alright, let's get this guy down. Goes all the way down. Right now I'm going to spin the shim. There we go. Sweet. 1 clip is in. Now we're doing the next clip. And just for y'all's information, this one is the easiest. This one back here to do the shims is the hardest. So you go from the easiest to the hardest, and these are both kind of mediocre. The ones that are the horizontal cylinders, those are both difficult, but they're not as crazy as the other one. Okay, this guy. This way. Right. Coming off. Got the other shim. Other one attached to the finger. What do we got? Let's see, in the first measure, you're taking it. And handcuffs, putting him in a car, trimmed, he was on the speed. Yeah, I remember that now. Check out the Superbike surgery. Oh yeah, that dude is really good. Superbike surgery does a great job. Get every access bike mechanics. Yeah, I've watched a bunch of his stuff. I binge bike rebuild stuff, so I don't only just do it. I religiously, anytime I have downtime, I'm just surfing. But yeah, that guy does a good job. Alright, now, so put this tiny little clip in this precarious little position with nothing but a little grease. tip that I got from people is once those two clips are in there with you have the valve seat coming up and the two clips around it, and then the shim comes around it, you get the, oh man, it's hard to make this animated, but the tuning shape fork closer that's on the bottom side of the closing shim. You pull it down and pop it back up, and that shim with the two clips in it, it kind of settles. So if those shims or if those clips are loaded off, when you pop it into place, it's supposed to do the trick. So that's what I'm gonna do right now. Just a little bit of a, it's kind of stuck in there. It's hard to do a pop somewhere. Put it in here. There you go, little pop. Make sure that is set well. Let's see. There we go, I think that's good. All right, so we got that one in. Yay, success. And that's just one of the closers. I need to do the other closer. But after that, well, before we do that one, we'll do the opener, which is just putting the opener on top. But once we get that in there, this one's easy. I say easy, but and this is just the cap style shim. It's got a little thing for it. Just goes right up there on top. All right. Seems like it's sitting kind of high. I think I need to pop the thing again, because that's one of the telltale signs that those clips aren't sitting right. Is the top shim or the opening shim sits high and doesn't sit deep enough into the thing. That's better, I think. I don't know, we'll see how the other one sits. Yeah. Goes goodbye. Think about opening bike business and check out Prince channel. One moto he's from Australia. Prince. Oh yeah, the guy that does all the superbike builds. Yeah. That guy, he spends a lot of money on those bikes. He just dumps carbon fiber into them. I like his channel, it's cool. But no, I had a little one, and I'm a stay-at-home dad right now, so there's no chance to open up a bike shop. And just the stress of trying to work on other people's bikes. I'd rather work on my own stuff and have my own timeline instead of trying to figure out a timeline on when things are going to be done. Because I'm no expert bike mechanic. I just kind of learn as I go. So if someone brought me something like, hey, I need the shims done, I'm like, alright, well, I'll have to watch a few YouTube videos, maybe check out the manual, look at it, check it out. Yeah, that's kind of what this is. This is actually one of my friends, 996, and he was just like, yeah, just take your time, however long it takes, doesn't matter. It's been sitting in my garage for 10 years, so however long it takes is however long it takes. So like, yeah, cool. And I actually finished this and got it all back to him, but then it started an intake backfire. So that's what this whole remeasurement of all the shims is, because I've never worked on these bikes, and so I wanted to double check my work, and turns out I found a new couple tricks on how to measure things, and I was off on a bunch of shims, so I'm doing the correct thing and redoing all my work. But yeah, I'm not too interested in opening a shop. Yeah, running a business is tough. I did freelance videography for a good long while, and I did wedding photography along with just other random stuff, and I did not like the stress level that came with all that stuff. So it'll just be me in the garage cursing away at things that I don't know how to do and trying to figure them out along the way. Okay, we got some grease on the finger. This side not so. Let's do that. Trying to remember how I put the grease on. It's like something like this, put it on like that, and then twist like that. Okay, well, let's do this. I don't need the other screwdriver in there now. Let's see here. So we got the grease. We can put it in. And this one's a little bit, supposedly a little bit easier. Alright, so here, down. There's that. Okay. There we go. That looks good. That looks deep in there. I'm probably gonna have to redo this one because that one looks flush. That one looks good. So probably have to redo that far one. But that's why we are learning. Right, come on, turn. Come on. That doesn't want to turn. Damn it! Turn! Because I need it to turn in order to get space to put in the other clip. Come on. There we go. There we go. Where's she going down now? There it is. That one doesn't want to let go very well. But, oh well, we'll see. I'm really good at just trying to think way ahead, but it also gets me into like a paralyzed state of, am I doing something wrong? It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. Alright, let's put the other clip in. Clips on clips. Time? No, it's 12. Alright, here we go. So hold this like this. Push that down. There it goes. I apologize if I'm doing heavy breathing, but like I said, this is kind of hair raising. Let's See, when the valve doesn't sit flush, I didn't check that on that. When the valve doesn't sit flush, it means the pin isn't correct. It feels better. Let's see if I can get it to rotate a little bit. It's got so much grease on it now. Let's see if I can get it to thunk. Let's see. That feels pretty good. Feels pretty flush. All right, now we'll put on the opening shim, and we'll look back and see how high up this one is. And that will let us know if we got the other one right or not. I don't think we got the other one right, damn it. Because this one's sitting down much lower than this one. So it looks like we're gonna have to readjust that one. No biggie, but just something to do. And that's why this Desmotronic valve service is so expensive. I don't even know, they might even drop the motor for this. Because I've seen people do the shims with the motors out and the heads off. I have seen a couple people check valve clearances with the motors in. They're like, oh, it's good. But I've yet to watch a video of someone doing not just opening valves, which are the little ones that go on top that are easy to change. I have not seen people change the closer valves on like the back side down here, because yeah, that's gonna be, anyways. It's like the most difficult part. I haven't ever seen someone do that. Yeah, that one's sitting a little proud, so we're gonna play with that one until it starts to sit flush. Because I made that mistake the first time I did this valve. I got everything put back together, and I went to check my clearances, and everything was way too tight. I was like, what's going on here? And lo and behold, I forgot what, I think it was Brad, the bike guy, or some other channel that was like, yeah, if everything's too tight, it just means your clips aren't in correctly. I was like, ah, well damn. That is definitely what happened to me. But it's very subtle, but you can tell, I don't know if you guys can see that. You probably can't see it. But the valve stem is sitting just proud of the closer shim. So it's not much, but it's just enough. It's supposed to be sitting flush. So that's how you know your clips aren't sitting well. Let's see if I can get in there and just do a little shake. Yeah, I can see the clip. Oh, it's not sitting right. Yes, no. I'm gonna have to take these clips out. Oh shit. Well, I'm gonna take these clips out. See, even after that big thunk, which is what you're kind of supposed to do, it still feels pretty proud. So I'm gonna take those out again. And this is just, I put that in there to hold up that rocker arm. So it's out of the way. Where's my magnet? Now time to see which one I need to flip over. And let's see. Yeah, it's proud. Let's try and flip it one more time. Just shits and giggles. No, it's not one to do it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Definitely doesn't want to sit. That's proud. Okay. Anybody doing anything exciting tonight other than just hanging out? Alright. Oh, my back's starting to get after me. Oh. I'm now 35 years old. And I definitely am feeling it. The gut doesn't help, but I cannot bend over for extended periods of time without being like gridlocked. Look at these. I'm going to set this over on the table. So I'm going to grab both of them and try again. This is the left side. Remember, I'll line them up and see what looks like it fits in there. Alright, let's try. See if we can get this to spin. Yeah, see with that other shim out, or that other clip, how it kind of sits. And you really need that other screwdriver to keep that rocker arm out of the way. Yes. Get it up off there. Come here. Is that? Trying to contact you about your car's extended car warranty. Which screwdriver? Come on, stay there. Trying to see if I can rotate it. See, when I take it out, it just does that, and I have no idea. Oh. There goes the valve. Shim bucket. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this over the bench and kind of check out the clips and see what they're doing. See how they fit together. Wipe off the grease, start from ground zero. I have no idea which way goes which. Bring you guys over here, let you guys experience the trials and tribulations of Ducati Desmotronic valve clearance adjustment. Whoa, 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 whoa. Daily Mahabber. I think this actually thing is broken. I'm gonna have to wait this way. There we go. I think this bendy tripod has finally bit the dust. It is not wanting to sit right, but yeah. Anyways, let's bring that light over here so we can see what's going on. Let's see, there we go. So, the thing I'm trying to look for is how they sit together. So they're also a little bit magnetized too, so that doesn't help with my case, but I can kind of see a groove on this one Like there's a valve that's been sitting on it. I don't really see a groove on this one. This one looks like it has it on the flat surface. This one needs to get flipped over. The left one needs to get flipped over. Okay. Let's try that. It looks like it has maybe a groove a little bit on the inside, so that's promising. I have no idea if that's correct. I think I put it the other way previously. But that looks like a perfect circle with a little bit smaller radius. Yeah. We will give this orientation a try. But yeah, that is it's a 3-part system. You have to do this one first, push that down while holding a bunch of things in place, and then magnetize these things out. And then when you put them in, you gotta use grease on your finger to put them in, because there's no way that you can just like, I mean, you could take some really tiny tweezers and put them in, but I don't know. I even have a set of tweezers, but I just don't feel confident in that because it's such a small thing, and you'll have that effect with small tweezers and holding something small that the tweezers will twist. And if they twist, this thing drops, and then you're effed. So I'd rather use a little bit of grease. So I'm gonna go get the light ready. After it needs to go. Right. You guys still with me? Still hanging around? Sweet. What's up, guys? All right, come over here. Try that again. But yeah, this is a, I guess this is a PSA about owning these year bikes is this valve servicing. The belt, everyone, this is the crazy part. Everyone made a huge deal about the belts. Like, oh no, the belts go out. But the belts are so easy to change. But there's people that talk about this, but like, yeah, it's just expensive. I'm like, but is it hard to do? And I see why people just keep referencing that it's expensive, because no one really wants to do it. That's why it's expensive. Because no one does it at home that often. All right, I'll do this. I'll get the guide on the lower rocker on first. Where are you? Come on. What's going on here? I do not want to go on. Why do you not want to go on? Okay, yeah, it takes quite a bit of force to push it. Trying to get my flathead behind it, but I can't get my flathead behind it. Why did you come up? Damn, son, where'd you get this? Yeah. See here. Alright, that's new. Haven't had that happen yet. Where the rocker arm opens up so much that I can't even get the thing behind it. I really want to use the bare flathead, but I don't like that. Wow, that's new. get my screwdriver behind the opening rocker, but I can't get it behind there because the valve. Man, I'm tired. I think after I get this guy, I'm gonna call it quits because da 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 da. Why you do this to me? I need you to open enough to where I can get you on there. Let's try this. No, put it that way. Alright, that's good. Alright, there we go. Alright, that's there. Wow, it really doesn't want to stay on there. Alright, that's gonna be fun. They had the towel on there. See, normally the lower shim wants to stay on there. But I think since I got so much grease in there, it doesn't want to stay on there. So, we're gonna do this. We're gonna get everything ready. The shims and the grease. Alright. That goes like that. These guys go here. Okay. Okay, got my grease. Got my tools. Check this party tray out. Yeah. Okay, shim is in my pocket, or did I put it up there? In my pocket. Circuit says it's not in my pocket. See, my brain's fried. Forgetting things. That's how you know when it's time to call it quits. Looks like it's gonna take me like 4 nights to get all these done. 1 night per side. Intake a night, exhaust a night. And my defense, I had to take off a bunch of other stuff. Alright, let's see here. Let's get this going. Alright, I'm gonna have to push down on this guy. Doesn't help that everything's greasy now. Yeah, that didn't go on well. Come on! On there. It's on there. Oh, it's slipping. Give me confidence. Ouch. Sorry, pinching the shit on my thumb. Trying to push this down. And this is sliding around like an idiot. Let me wipe some of this grease off. Try again. Try again. Push down on this thing. There's the tape preventing it from going under there. I think the tape's preventing it. Yeah. And everything's slippery. Let's see here. See if we can just get this one on. Need a valve to come up, damn it. And I don't have my magnet. My magnet's over there. Damn it. Valve is wanting to fall. Actually, hey, that feels flush. Yes, that means the clips are in the right way. Whew, okay, it is flush now. So, I gotta get that clip. So this one's gonna go like that. Hold on a second. This is slipping. Do I count? It's all the way up there. There we go. That's what I'm talking about right there. That screwdriver was slipping and it wouldn't let me open up the valve all the way. So I need to rethink this. See, the tape that I put on there to protect things is fucking things up. Oh, I gotta get off my knees. Oh, I'm old. Alright. Let me clean this off, get some new. Hang on there. The sad part is I don't know what fucking orientation I put this in now. Damn it. Razor blade. No, don't recommend trim this off. I'm just trimming off the top part of this. I think this is the sketchiest thing I've done so far, just using a razor blade with greasy hands, or whatever it is, greased up hands. Ah, there we go. Come off there. Yes. All right. Where's your home? Put you back in the razor blade basket. All right. Back safe and sound. Looks like the car's not going to be moved in tonight. Looks like the bike owns the garage tonight. Because I pull out the car every night to work on these bikes and put the bike in the middle so it's got all the good lighting. And then when 12 rolls around, I typically move everything back in. I move everything off to the side, but I don't know if I want to do that this go around. Okay, let's see if we can get in there. Yeah, that's much better grip in there. There we go. That's much better. Now, which side was which? Okay. Sitting proud again. Dang it. So it's definitely this one. I'm gonna try and remove this, just this one. Oh, no, we're good. Sitting flush. Sweet. Nice. Just needed to be reset in there. Nice. Oh, that means we are almost done with one side. Alright, this is the new one. Alright, now the fun part. I keep saying that, it's all fun. It's just all work and it's eustress, not bad stress, it's all eustress. There we go, that's sitting in there nice and that's not tall. Yeah, that looks better. Sweet, that makes me feel better. Alright, let's just put a little bit of grease on all this stuff. Make sure everything's lubed up alright. So now, take out the safety barrier. I'll put the cam back in and put everything back in and do checks again. Make sure everything's in spec. Right. Because last time, when things weren't in spec, I could not get the cam in. And that's also a telltale sign of something's not right. I think you can figure that out pretty quickly. Let's see here. I'm gonna roll you this way. about. No, just kidding. We're good. It moved into place. I was like, fuck, something's off, because that was a two-stage is one, you can't get the cam in. I'm like, okay, finagling it. And two, you can't move that rocker arm in. And so you're like, there's not enough clearance, but there is clearance, which is good. Okay, so let me put this pin back in. Yep. Pin back in. All right, nice little bit of tool. All right, and put the cover back on. Put those screws back on at least, and do some measuring. I don't think I necessarily have to put the cover plate on for that pin. I don't know if I need to, but I'm not going to right away. Oh my god, I have some serious indigestion. Woo! What's going on? Okay, I need the correct tools. There we go. Is this a 6 or a 5? That is a 5. That's what we need. Oh yeah, I need new tools. My tools are freaking falling apart. So if any of you guys know a tool guy or tool manufacturer is willing to give a struggling YouTuber a sweet deal on some tools that aren't Harbor Freight, because that's what I've just been replacing stuff with. And Harbor Freight is great, but they do not last. Like, this is a Harbor Freight ratchet, and it's got so much play in it, and yeah. So if anybody knows any tool guys out there or tool companies you got a sweet gig with, send them my channel. Be like, hey, look, there's this starving artist who does rebuild content and can feature your tools right here just for you. Yeah, until then, I'll keep trucking along with these guys. Alright, and this guy. What time is it? Yeah. After this, I gotta call it quits, because I have to wake up in the morning with the little one. I'm the stay-at-home dad, and it is not easy. The whole like, oh, yeah, just watch the kids. No, it is not. It fucking sucks. It is difficult. Wait a second. You okay? How you doing, man? You just got a little bit of Loctite on you. Scared me. I thought I was distracting myself and cross-threading something straight into the head, but that was not the case. It's just I forgot I had put Loctite on these the first go around, and so there's still some residual resistance, which is a good thing. And it just kind of startled me for a second. Alright, there's so much, look how much play is in this thing. It's like almost an inch and a half worth of play. Come on, there we go. Alright, we're getting them in pretty soon. Okay. And a little bit of, and a little bit of, and a little bit of, I'll come back through once everything's good, and I'll tighten this up. Okay. Whew. All right, so let me check these real quick. So these are supposed to be, now they're supposed to be, that's going to be, I made that 5 less, so that will be 13 supposedly. Supposedly that will be 13, and then this will be 10, and this will be 10, and this will be 10. do some feeling. What do you say? Let's see here. So let's start with 10s. See what we get. Because I'm feeling lucky. Because if these are way off again, I'm just gonna cry. That'll be sad. All right. So 0.10 millimeters. That's 4 thousandths. 4 thou for those SAE guys. All right. So it's supposed to be 10 on both the opener and the closer. Okay. Let's give this a little bit of a, you know. Okay, that's not a good sign. It's not a good sign either. All right, well, what do we got here? We're off to a rough start. This is supposed to be, what do we got? Let's do 8 thousandths for 8.08. I'm going to move the piston down. I'm going to flop these over a couple times. I'm going to move the piston down. I don't know if you can see the piston. I'm just going to move it down. Still some compression. There we go. Okay. That's all the way down. Move these, just gonna roll them over once or twice. Here we go. Shouldn't get any paper caught. I think it feels smooth. There we go. All right. Hammer them in place. Let's see. What do we feel? All right. Comment if you think I fucked it up, or if you believe in me in my home mechanic work. I don't know what I think right now. These are supposed to measure 0.01 for the openers and 0.01 for the closers. There's only one closer that's supposed to measure a little bit bigger, so this 0.01 or 0.10 is supposed to fit. Come on, get on. Maybe if I go to the outside. Maybe. Yeah, man. That did not really go in. That sucks. Alright, what about over here? It also does not want to go in. Let's try. No, let's try. What is that? 6 thou. We know 6. Okay, 6. 6 is going in. 6. 5. 0. 5. 3. So it was like 4. 5. 6. Another. All right, so let's try 5 again. Oh wait, no, I need to go the other way. What am I doing? I need 6. I need, what's the next step? That would be 0.003, 0.003, 0.8. Next step. All right, 0.8. What do we got here? That's not going in. Damn it. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait, hey. Oops, at the very last second. Yeah. Yeah. 8. Not. Well, that's not exciting. Because it means those are too tight now. Eight, 6. 0.6, what's going there? Yeah, those are tight. That's at 0.06. So survey says I fucked it. It's too tight now. Alright, let's stop fucking around with that and let's try the opener clearance. That should be 10 as well. All that work just to fuck it. Alright, that goes down. Alright, wait, this is in position, no. Oh. Alright, one of these. Use this one. That was 13. I think it's the far side is 13. So again, this is that cool trick to do this. You take an Allen and you put the pointy side on the cam and then you use the elbow to push down the opener and you just do it just a tiny bit. That's really still quite open. No. No resistance. Okay. 13, 15, maybe? 15. 15's got a little bit something, but barely any. Grab 0.16, that was 0.18. 0.18. Yeah, I think 0.18 is clearance. 0.18. Try 0.1. Let's try 2.0. I don't think this. 0.20. Yes. Give me some. Yeah, now it's saying 0.20. Oh, how are you doing? 0.20 is going in too easy. Just so confused now. It's frustrating. I thought I was doing this correctly. It's all pumped and ready. Now I made the closers too small. I think I made the. Alright, now we'll go in. So let's say 0.20. 20, right? 2. So. Yeah, 0.20. So is it 0.06? That's 6 minus 20. 14. How is that possible that I made that bigger? 0.20. 0.20, and that one's 0.6. Unless it's not sitting on it right. I do not know what happened. Pushing. You guys know what to do. You measure the shims, you think you're doing it all correctly, and go to measurement, and it's not even close. So, distance down, always back. I like the same height. Pop them up. A little bit of room. 6. Let me go check and see what my original measurements were. Unloaded was 15. Opener shim. New opener shim. New closure shims. 2.80 as well. Now it's measuring a 6. Should measure a 10 because I just took 5 1,000ths out of it. How is that possible? Does not make sense. Unless this 10 is funky. Yeah, no, I want to go on there. And it is this one. No siree. Okay. So, it's too late. What time is it? It's almost 1. I gotta call it quits, guys. This is attempt number, let's see, we first did them, so it was 1, 2, 3, 4. So that was the first attempt of 4. I just checked them again. They were all kind of out from the LT Snyder measurements, which is 10 pretty much. 0.10 millimeters for pretty much everything except for those exhaust openers. Those are 0.15. So I'm trying to match those exactly. And now I have it, or at least this one is not matching up to what I wanted it to be. But let me, let's see here. What time is it? Okay, let's see if I can do this in 10 minutes. All right, speed mechanicking 101. Let's get the piston back upright so there's no fear of dropping anything. All right, it's back up. Excuse me, camera. Oh! I don't know if anyone else saw that, but almost kicked over a $500 camera. Thought I could just slide it, but don't just try and kick it, just pick it up. And rushed, flustered, making mistakes. All right, let's not do that. Let's not be rushed and flustered. Here, coming with me. Coming with me. All right, sweet. So is anyone still awake? Do you guys just put lives on in the background? Because I never watch live, so it's, my wife talked me into doing lives of just me whenever I'm in the garage working on stuff. She's like, you really need to do YouTube lives. I was like, I don't know, I don't think anyone would really want to watch this. Or watch me just wrench on stuff and kind of listen to me ramble and ask questions. But I remember that there's Twitch that came out real big, and that's for video games. And I know that's kind of entertaining because like you got the video game aspect that you're watching. It's kind of entertaining, but I never thought to watch lives on YouTube because I think I just always like the whole aspect of skipping through and seeing the good parts or seeing the parts that I'm interested in. So, what do you guys do? Do you guys only watch lives? Are you all about the lives? Am I the first stop of the night? Alright, there's cams out. Let's do some quick changes. Alright, so we had in 4. We had opener shim of 290. Put in a 295. Let's put back in both 290s. Alright. So let's put those 290s back in and pull out the 295s. And we'll put back in 290s. There's 295. 295. 295. Openers. 295. That should be 290. Pretty sure it's 290. Just gotta double check. Make sure I'm not going crazy. Yep, 290. Okay, there's 1. Excuse me, is that? You're in there. Alright, you're in there. Need my magnet. I always forget my magnet. Alright. This is the 295. How we run out of time? Do we get 1 o'clock hit? No. We're good. Still got time. My wife's gonna be pissed off at me. Like, oh, we're just so late. Well, you told me to do lives. Sometimes stay out a little too late. You gotta deal with it. Alright, so this, yeah, that one's good. It's flush. It's not sitting up right. That one's good. Alright, that's a 295. 295. I just need it under 2. Measure that. Measure that real quick. Make sure that is a 29. Yep. That's actually a little smaller than 29. Hang it. It looks like a 288. That one was a little bit off actually. That was like a 288. There we go. That's a 29. Okay, so if those were 6s, this will make these a little bit higher. A little bit more of a gap. Looks like this one's been ground down. That's okay. Alright, those are in. Let's get the cam. Cam! What you doing? What are you doing, Cam? Put cam in. Oh yeah. So who watches lives? Because I don't normally watch lives. I do something wrong. You're going. You're doing, huh? What's going on? What's going on here, actually? Okay, let's go that way. There we go. You go up, on, you go on there, line it up, please. Okay, good. Got them in my pockets. you guys a little bit. Sorry about that. All right, the speed change. We got 3 minutes to spare. So we got 3 more minutes to put this together. And check the clearances. Awkward angle. All right. And then with this play, might just get a new quarter-inch socket because this thing has so much crazy play in it. It takes forever to ratchet something in. And I'm moving so far, but so little is moving. On and a little tweak. On and a little tweak. Yep. Alright, we're good. Alright, let's drop the piston down all the way back. You're getting old when you start saying shit like that. Oh my back. Okay, make sure. Okay, there we go. It's down, so we can rotate the cam a couple times just to make things settle. Make things settle and see where we go from here. Let's remove the screw that pulls out the pin. Alright, let's see here. I don't have my gloves. Alright, let's take some measurements. Shim feeler gauge, where are you? Feeler gauges. Feeler gauges. Are you on the ground? What did I do? Alright, we're hiking. So, these should be at least a 10. At least a 10, probably more. This is a 10. Let's see. Okay. Feels pretty good. Feels good there. Might be a 0.12. What's after 4? 0.13. Maybe 0.13. Ooh, actually. I mean, it's okay. Catch it a little bit. Not bad. Ooh, that was. It's okay. Let's see. 3.5. Yeah, 0.15 does not want to go in very nicely. No. No. So I would say both of those are 0.13. 0.13. So it's only, what's that? 0.3 of a millimeter. It's not 0.10 exactly, but it's good. Let me redo the. I don't have that one in my pocket. Let's do this one. So what did I measure on those? 1.3. Now the new one. Opener shim. I didn't put a new opener shim in it. 2.90. New opening is 0.13. And new shim. Sorry, I'm just doing some paperwork over here. 2.90. The new opening is 0.13. that's something to account for. Alright. I'm saying 1.13, hopefully it's 0.23. That's the goal is 0.23, so let's see. See if it goes in 0.23. This is the trick. You do the Allen key underneath the cam, make sure the lobes are pointing in the right direction, give it a little bit of push, and just push it down. Got a little bit of a grab. It's got a little bit of a grab. Try this one. That is a very light resistance. Let's do 0. Let's read that. 9, 10's 0.25. 0.25. Let's try it. Make sure the lobes are right position. Okay. Still feels pretty. That doesn't feel good. Yeah. 0.25. So that one doesn't go. So the right side is 0.23. The right one is 0.23. Right side is now 0.23. Wow, that's perfect. For the most part, closer clearance is 0.10. So this one is good. I technically just needed to change the closer because it adjusted a little bit of the opener. So now this one is close as I can get it. Because last time it was a little bit more open. This one is a little bit different because I put a 280. What is a 280 on this thing? New close shims 280. It is a 310. Either. Where's 280? Put a 280 in. There's only one 280. There's two different 280s. So if it was a 0.23, that would be perfect, but feels a little bit. Let's see, no clearance. I'm just debating on this, how this feels and all this mumbo jumbo. There's a little resistance. Let me do it the old school method and just double check. Try it that way. Old school method is take a socket and take an extension, a socket, and you take it on the inside and push on that closing rocker. Kind of see it a little bit. You can kind of see it. See that little edge right there? You have to take the socket and extension, and that's where you get grab to push down on it. But it's really shitty because when you're hot and sweaty, maybe even have grease on your hands like I do right now, it's hard to get a good purchase on that little inside thing. You have to push down on it. And one, I don't know how hard you need to push down. And that seems pretty good. Let's see if 2.5 goes in there. 2.5, 2.5. Come here, 2.5. All right, let's see here. So again, you just put the socket on that little edge. Nah, it doesn't like that 2.5. It doesn't like that 2.5. I think we have a successful 2.3, so that makes it the closer in perfect spec, and the opener just a little bit off, but it helped it improve, because you'll see here, raise you up. You can't really tell from my scribble, but if I get you to stop wiggling, bend you down a little bit more. There we go. All right, stop shaking. Yeah, there we go. So you can see we started out with 0.15 and the closer clearance, even though these are different, the closer clearance was 0.18. But now, since that one is definitely a 0.23, so we moved it up surprisingly a lot, which I did 2-point closer shim. I moved it up 5, but it moved up quite a bit more than that, because it was 5 should have been -3, and -2 should have been like 2 point or 0.28 something. But with the clips, they have a mind of their own. If they don't settle just right, or if I flipped them, or if I didn't put them in just right, they add their own little bit of clearance change as well. So even though I rolled the cam a couple times to see if it'll settle and popped the rocker arm to make sure it'd settle, it's still just a little bit off. But anyways, so that was a new measurement, and then you subtract these two, and that gets you the new closer measurement of 0.10. And the gold standard is the LT Snyder manual, which is this dude who's a whiz with these bikes. He says for these particular ones, there's a few different ones, but on the vertical intake cylinders, you want a clearance of 0.10 millimeters for the opener shim, or the opener, shim, and a clearance of 0.10 for the closer. So as of right now, we have a opener of 0.13 and a closer of 0.10. So that's good enough for me. If I really, really wanted to try and get more out of it, I could sand down that opener 3 thou. But I think it's all right. I think it's okay. So I'm gonna call these guys with a fancy check mark done. So, wow, that took way longer than expected, because when I did this the first time, I had to film with my other camera the whole process and do different angles when filming it, so that took a long time. This took just as long, but it was just trial and error. You can see all the fucking scribbles and X's and O's and whatever, but I got one tonight. I'll need to do the most difficult one tomorrow, which is the vertical cylinder on the backside. And the reason why that one's the most difficult is the access is the worst. Visibility is the worst. Like, it sucks. You're supposed to be able to, as what I was saying earlier, is I think at the Ducati dealerships, they just take the engine out, because you're supposed to be doing all this really finagly stuff in here with your hands, and you're supposed to be able to see. I can't see shit in there. And yeah, that's, I don't know. This one's gonna be interesting. I've never done that one, because even on the last time I checked the specs, they were okay. But now that I'm trying to match up that LT Snyder, there's a couple in here that I need to change, and one of them is a closer, and the closers are the tough ones. But anyways, I am going to call it quits tonight. I've been up you guys, there's a couple diehards that stuck around, hung out with me for the whole night. Thanks for hanging around. It has been fun. I've cursed a little bit. You guys got to see me try to just take out the spark plug lead, and it ripped out the actual lead, tore the wire. So that was a misfortune. I'm gonna have to look up that to buy. I have to break the news to my friend who's this bike is and say, hey, it's gonna hang out with me for a little bit longer. So anyways, let me get some spark plug hole so nothing goes down the cylinder. Nothing in there. Let me get a little towel to go in here, because this front one is a little bit angled up, so things can fall in it. Not necessarily this back one. But yeah, I'm just gonna set you guys up kind of a wide shot so you guys can see me just putting the bike up and putting everything up. Because I need to pull the car in, or else the wife will be pissed. I don't like to leave the car out on the street or the driveway. Too much opportunity for bad things to happen. So I always like to pull it in. Pull it in, pull it in. Alright. Well, if you guys have watched, please leave a comment. Let me know if you guys want to see any different angles, or if there's something you want to know about these bikes, because I've been doing buku loads of research and I still feel like I'm just scratching the surface on these things. Because they're easy bikes to get parts and work on, except for the valve clearance is the thing I'm doing right now. Everything else is easy to deal with, but they're a cult classic. And I had a poster of one in my bedroom when I was 10, and I'm pretty sure it was the red, I think it was the 998 SP, I think, with the carbon fiber gas, or the carbon fiber airbox, I think. But yeah, when I got the chance, when my friend said, hey, this thing's been sitting in my garage and I need it to start running again, would you mind maybe working on it since you don't have a bike that you're working on right now? I was like, yeah, let's do it. And yeah, so I was like, oh, cool. I remember a long time ago, I really liked these bikes. But now, I got a chance to work on it. And it's nice. It's like, it's definitely a modern classic. It's not old, but then again, it's 2000, so it's almost 25. No, it is 25 years old, so it is getting up there in age, but I'm 35, so it doesn't feel like it's that old, and it's the size of a modern bike. It's not like those freaking older Kawasaki's or Suzuki's where the motors were huge, the gas tanks look like just freaking tanker truck size. Like, this thing's slim and modern and tiny and nimble. And I hadn't heard one before until I got this thing finished the first time around. And when I heard it rumble, I was like, holy shit, this thing is fucking loud and it sounds cool. I like this. So that just also instilled that I'm definitely getting one of these. Well, I found a piece of shit one in, what was it, Ohio? I think it was Ohio. Alright. Did I do some parallel parking? Turn. Alright, so over here. I need to move some stuff so I can get some more space. There we go. Because this doesn't have the best turning radius. I need to go this way. There we go. I'm going to run up. Oh, it's a little too close. There we go. Go all the way up. Da-da-da. All right. The wife should be happy. This is such a heavy duty span. It's not like those pit bulls. The pit bull fan are nice. There's something with this freaking bit more. That's good. I think this will be okay. It looks like an ankle biter, but I parked far enough in the other side, it doesn't really matter. Put up. Nice, everything's put away. Just got a whole mess on the freaking tool bench to deal with. Let's see here, wrap you around. Loop-de-loo. Guys can kind of see what tool bench is looking like. Got all the covers. Tools sprawled out and throttle bodies. And if you guys are looking for something to balance your throttle bodies or carburetors, check out the DigiSync. Check out that vacuum gauge. It is pretty cool. I haven't gotten to use mine yet because I haven't got all this shit done in order to put that on and use it, but everything I see is it's super easy to use. It's digital, awesome. The guy that I've been talking to is the owner, really nice guy. Kind of small, I wouldn't say small company because he's selling a crap ton of them, but he doesn't have a big marketing presence. It's just been people repairing bikes and just like, holy shit, this tool is awesome, and just trying to get the word out. So I'm actually trying to help him out with marketing. So you'll see me possibly making some stuff for him, like just, I need to take some pictures with it on the bikes and stuff so he can have some pictures for his website. But yeah, go check out the DigiSync. It's not that expensive tool. I think their most pricey one is like just under 300, which is, and tool-wise, that's not expensive. So if you guys have a carbureted bike that is running a little poor and you don't think it's the injectors or low battery or anything like that, I suggest getting this done. Getting one of these tools because it's just a nice tool to have, and it can really make your bike go from running like meh to running perfectly. So definitely check that out. But yeah. And for those that wanted to see it, here's the next project. Current project, I have the first video out of that one that I worked on tonight. I got the first wash done with that. And the next video is of the valves, me doing the valve service, but I've actually done it already. But I had to do it again because I didn't get the clearances just right. So I'm doing it again. So that's why I'm doing all these lives, just so people know what's going on. And then this is the next project. It is a mess. Everything's super rusted and corroded. There's rust in the tank. I don't know how deep the rust goes, but still leave some branches all in it. It was a true barn find. That guy loved it so much, but he definitely didn't have the means to keep it running. So when the stator or the rectifier went out, he didn't know how to change it or get it running. And so I can see that he tried to take off the side panel because there's a bunch of bolts missing. So I had to order a whole bolt kit. There's actually a snapped bolt right there. So this one will take a lot of effort to kind of get back up and running. And something dumb, the wheels had been chromed, but they'd been chromed poorly. So they're already flaking. And if you know anything about chrome, you can't really remove it that easily. You have to go and take it to get electrolysis removed. So they remove the chrome, then the nickel, and the copper to make it clean. And then they do a light sandblast on it, so it's good. And then you can either paint it or powder coat it, but I don't know how much that's going to be. I'm trying to keep this bike as cheap as possible because even though these bikes are cult classics, like there was a pristine one that was just a month by Posto, kind of like these, the two-seaters, and it's been up on the market for like $6,000 for a while, and no one's even put any offers. I even asked the guy, I was like, hey, is there any things? Like, nah, it's crickets. So I was like, just breaks my heart because these bikes are so iconic and so, when you think of motorcycles, this is the iconic motorcycle. It's a Ducati, it's the slim, fast bike. And it's been in several movies, but people just don't want it. They want the newer stuff, so. But I know the whole SPSs and the higher end ones are really collectible, but these guys get the short end of the stick, and the only thing that's different with those is like suspension. So, rant over, but yeah. Picking up the last few bits, but thank you guys so much for hanging out, tuning in. If you like this content, go check out my other videos. Go give them a like, and go give some watch hours. Open it up, watch it for a bit, leave it in the background, give me those watch hours so YouTube says, people like these videos. I'm going to recommend your videos to more people because I'm trying to get this channel big enough to where just the AdSense alone can kind of support me on parts bills and tools that I need. I'm not trying to buy a mentioned, just trying to get parts bills taken care of, because this bike, tires, 300, this basket of parts was probably about $1,500 to $2,000 worth just to get this guy up and running, and there's probably about another $100 to $200 in fluids and stuff, and then that's not even including the chroming process. I got quoted I think it was like 400. I think he said 475 per wheel. So it was like pretty much $900 to get them chrome removed. So I was like, wow, that seems kind of expensive. So if you guys know anything about removing chrome and you know how to do it cheaper, or if there's a service that does it cheaper in the Houston or Texas area, let me know, because I need to get that chrome removed, and I have no idea. That's something that I've never dealt with. I actually used to work for a sandblasting company, and we sandblasted off chrome. We were like, yeah, look, our sandblasting machine can do it, but we don't recommend it because it can eat away at the metal. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Tomorrow night, I think I'll do live maybe. It'll just be a like trying to get all the valves a little bit closer in spec to that LT Snyder spec. And then after I get all the valves done, I have to replace this and then put the carbs on, balance the carbs, make sure it doesn't backfire. That was the issue, is it had an intake backfire. That was the thing that started this whole tearing down. But that's all in the works. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in, but I'm calling it quits. Fucking sweating crazy. It's hot out here. But you guys have a good night. See you, Frank. You guys have a good one.